Chapter 2495. Crack. The heavenly tribulation carried the power to destroy the world as it struck. The golden sea serpent was about to go all out. But at this moment, the divine light that rushed out of the castle quickly spread out above the golden sea serpent's head like a black carpet. The next moment, the heavenly tribulation struck the deep divine light. The sea serpent couldn't believe what happened. The heavenly tribulation seemed to have hit a sponge without any ripples. The heavenly tribulation didn't disappear either. It was imprisoned by the black divine light. That's amazing. Huoyi was dumbfounded. He nearly cursed out loud. The golden sea serpent was so shocked that it couldn't close its mouth. A half-step imperishable heavenly tribulation had been blocked so easily. Was this the castle's ability? Too terrifying. What a shocking sight. Crack. The second heavenly tribulation struck. The result was the same. Just like that, the heavenly tribulation struck the black divine light one after another. So many heavenly tribulations? Qin Feiyang was surprised. 25 heavenly tribulations had struck, but it wasn't over yet. Was it the same as the inner demons and fire lotuses' heavenly tribulation, which had 99 heavenly tribulations? Rumble. Crack. Blood clouds rolled and thunder and lightning roared. In the end, 99 heavenly tribulations struck. The power of the 99th heavenly tribulation was the sum of the previous 98 heavenly tribulation. The light curtain formed by the divine light couldn't block it. But the castle seemed to be prepared. Another vast divine light appeared and imprisoned the heavenly tribulation. And so, the 99 heavenly tribulations were all imprisoned in the void. Although the divine light imprisoned them, they could still feel a destructive aura. Each of the first 98 heavenly tribulations was enough to seriously injure a half-step undying realm expert. The last heavenly tribulation could even seriously injure a beginner undying realm expert like me. Huoyi swallowed his saliva and said, "The divine might of this ancient castle was truly all-encompassing, so powerful." Qin Feiyang was surprised. Of course. If it wasn't for the castle, the golden sea serpent wouldn't have succeeded. Huoyi said. Qin Feiyang's mind suddenly became active. If that was the case, wouldn't these 99 heavenly tribulations be equivalent to 99 trump cards? Then in the future, when facing the half-step undying dragons, he would only need to use the power of heavenly tribulation to defeat them. Rumble. All of a sudden, a beam of golden divine light tore through the blood clouds in the sky and descended. The divine light of the ancient castle immediately retreated to the side with the power of the 99 heavenly tribulations. After the golden divine light landed, it entered the sea python's body. Ding! The sea serpent let out a loud dragon roar, and the last step of its transformation was completed. A 5-clawed golden dragon appeared out of nowhere. The dragon's scales all over his body seemed to be made of gold as they emitted a dazzling radiance. However, the symbol of the ancestral dragon did not appear on its forehead. This meant that the ancestral golden dragon was indeed still alive. This was because there could only be one ancestral dragon in the world. If the former didn't die, the future generations would never be able to give birth to a second ancestral dragon. The sea python was extremely excited. Its enormous body was trembling. That was not right. It should be called the 5-clawed golden dragon now. Boom. But in the next moment, the aura in its body surged out uncontrollably. The 5-clawed golden dragon was stunned. Qin Feiyang and Huoyi were also stunned. This seemed to be a breakthrough. Sure enough, the 5-clawed golden dragon's aura soared all the way. In just a few breaths, its aura broke through the shackles of the half-step undying realm and stepped into the initial undying realm. Huoyi was stunned. It actually broke through to the initial undying realm? This sea serpent had really obtained a great fortune. The 5-clawed golden dragon was also stunned for a long time. It had never expected that fusing with the divine body of the ancestral dragon would bring it such great benefits. Not only did it transform into a 5-clawed golden dragon, but it also broke through a realm. In the undying realm, the gap between each small realm was comparable to the previous big realm. The difference between the half-step Undying Realm and the initial Undying Realm was like heaven and earth. The initial Undying Realm could even kill the half-step Undying Realm. Moreover, after reaching the half-step Undying Realm, it was harder to break through a small realm than to reach the sky. A large number of creatures would be trapped in the half-step Undying Realm for the rest of their lives until they died of old age. It could be said that, in the imperishable realm, there was an insurmountable chasm between every small realm. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feiyang was also very gratified. First, Huoyi stepped into the initial Undying Realm, and now the five-clawed golden dragon broke through to the initial Undying Realm. The strength of the Black Tortoise realm had increased by a large margin. One day, when the Sunset Divine Bow truly received the allegiance of the four heaven-defying divine artifacts, its strength would become even stronger. I can already see hope. The dragons are not so far away. Qin Feiyang murmured. Thank you. The five-clawed golden dragon withdrew its aura and flew in front of Qin Feiyang, its huge eyes full of gratitude. If it hadn't been for the help of the ancient castle, even with such an opportunity, it would not have been able to transform successfully. Because it had no confidence in surviving the 99 heavenly tribulations. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't thank me. It was the ancient castle that helped you, not me. It's all the same. You helped me, and I will do my best to help you. No matter what happens in the future, I will stand with you." The five-clawed golden dragon promised. At least you have some conscience. Huoyi smiled. What does this have to do with you? The five-clawed golden dragon glanced at Huoyi with an extremely arrogant expression. What? Huoyi was stunned. The one who helped this emperor to transcend the tribulation was Qin Feiyang, and the one who controlled this emperor was also Qin Feiyang. What right do you have to speak? The five-clawed golden dragon disdained. Huoyi raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you turning your back on me? That's strange. Is this emperor familiar with you?" The five-clawed golden dragon looked at him suspiciously. "You're really ruthless. You're more white-eyed wolf than the white-eyed wolf. If it weren't for me, would you have survived? If it weren't for me speaking up for you, would you have gotten the divine body of the golden dragon ancestral dragon?" Huoyi said angrily. "That's also because of you. You made this emperor be controlled by Qin Feiyang. As for the divine body of the golden dragon ancestral dragon, this emperor shamelessly asked Qin Feiyang for it. It has nothing to do with you. So, even if this emperor works for you, it will be for Qin Feiyang. It has nothing to do with you." The five-clawed golden dragon snorted coldly. "Say that again." Huoyi raised his eyebrows and said angrily. "What? You want to fight? Come. Come. Don't use the heaven-defying divine artifact. See how this emperor will beat you." The five-clawed golden dragon clamored. They were both at the initial level of the immortal realm. As long as they didn't use the heaven-defying divine artifact, who was afraid of who? Huoyi was furious. After transforming into a five-clawed golden dragon and breaking through to the initial level of the immortal realm, he turned hostile on the spot. Couldn't there be more trust between a human and a dragon? "I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. You want this emperor to be your mount? No way." The five-clawed golden dragon snorted coldly, turned into a stream of light, and merged into Qin Feiyang's wrist. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked down and saw the golden dragon coiled around his wrist. It looked like an exquisite golden bracelet. "You have no conscience," Huoyi lamented. If he had known earlier, he would have killed him with a slap in the internal sea. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that in the end, it was him who got a big bargain. "Laugh your ass." Huoyi glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said loudly, "Fire Lotus, someone is scolding you." Fire Lotus walked over and raised her eyebrows. "Who's scolding me?" "Him." Qin Feiyang pointed at Huoyi. Huoyi's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Don't talk nonsense. When did I scold her? You're joking. Then my sister is Fire Lotus. If you're not scolding her, then who are you scolding?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "Bastard, shameless. No wonder even the five-clawed golden dragon would follow you. You're the same kind of trash." Hue Yi gritted his teeth and stared at Qin Feiyang, but when he saw Fire Lotus's unkind eyes, he immediately soared into the sky and fled. That's not right. Why am I running? My current cultivation is stronger than Fire Lotus. I can suppress her with a wave of my hand. Forget it, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Women were indeed creatures without conscience. How long had she followed Qin Feiyang, this bastard? She actually sided with him. This guy. Fire Lotus shook her head and smiled. Looking at the 5-clawed golden dragon on Qin Feiyang's wrist, she said in surprise, "It's actually 5-clawed. What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Generally, golden dragons have 4 claws. 5-clawed golden dragons are very rare. I guess only the patriarch of the Golden Dragon clan and the ancestral dragon are 5-clawed golden dragons, Fire Lotus said with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded his head, looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon on his wrist, and said, "I'm a little worried about a problem." "What problem?" Fire Lotus looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "It has fused with the divine body of the ancestral dragon, so it must more or less carry the aura of the ancestral dragon. When it faces the dragons, will it be discovered by the dragons?" "It won't." The 5-clawed golden dragon's voice sounded. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon. After the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, the aura of the ancestral dragon has been completely erased. Now, even if this emperor and the ancestral dragon collide face to face, it won't know that this emperor has fused with its divine body. The 5-clawed golden dragon said. "Really?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yen." The 5-clawed golden dragon replied. "That's good." Qin Feiyang smiled. In this way, he could bring the 5-clawed golden dragon out without any scruples. And with the protection of this 5-clawed golden dragon, even if he faced the beginner immortal dragons, he would have the confidence. Naturally, not to mention those half-step immortal dragons. Why did the ancient castle leave the power of the heavenly tribulation? At this time, Fire Lotus looked up at the 99 power of the heavenly tribulation in the sky with a trace of suspicion in her eyes. Qin Feiyang looked up and couldn't help but ponder. Could it be? Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of surprise. "What is it?" Fire Lotus asked. "I think the ancient castle should want to leave the power of the heavenly tribulation like last time, waiting for an excellent opportunity to forcibly break the seal of the small beast." Qin Feiyang said. "Small beast, how strong is its cultivation? It can even seal the ancient castle that has fused with the Black Tortoise realm and almost surpassed a divine artifact." Fire Lotus whispered. Every time she thought of the small beast, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. "I don't know how strong it is, but I'm sure that its cultivation has definitely surpassed the immortal realm," Qin Feiyang said. Every time he thought of the golden small beast, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. The 5-clawed golden dragon was also extremely surprised when he heard the conversation between the two. The small beast that sealed the ancient castle? Beyond the immortal realm? There was such an existence in the world. Wasn't the strongest under the starry sky the dragon sovereign? It was beyond imagination. Chapter 2496. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal rang. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal, and 3 shadows quickly appeared. The 3 of them were Jiang Dafei, Li Changhe, and Wang Daoyuan. "Greetings, young lord." "Greetings, young master." The 3 of them bowed. "You must have been busy during this period of time." Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 of them with a smile. Li Changhe said respectfully, "This is what we should do." Qin Feiyang asked, "Then why are you sending me a message now? Is there a problem?" "You've already given us the list, how could there be any problem? We sent you a message to ask you to come over and take a look." Wang Daoyuan smiled. "Look at what?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Wang Daoyuan said, "Didn't you say that you want to control everyone? The people on the list have been gathered by us and are waiting for you." "Where?" Qin Feiyang asked. Wang Daoyuan said, "Outside the Holy Dragon City, Black Tortoise Mountain." After saying that, the 3 of them gave Qin Feiyang a few coordinates. "Okay. I'll be right there." Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal and called Madman out of the cultivation room. Madman's cultivation had already broken through to the lesser stage of the supreme god realm. It seemed that he had been cultivating in seclusion seriously all these years in the northern region. And a monster like Madman must have entered the purple-gold divine pagoda. The purple-gold divine pagoda also had a time array. The two of them left the ancient castle and appeared in the cave abode, preparing to open the altar. Brother Li, a warm laughter sounded, and a figure streaked across the sky like lightning and landed in front of the cave abode. It was Hong Yi. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Why did Hong Yi take the initiative to look for him? Hong Yi walked into the cave abode, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Are you guys preparing to go out? There's something I need to deal with." Qin Feiyang nodded. Hong Yi smiled and said, "Then why didn't you call me along?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "These are all trivial matters. There's no need to trouble you. It's no trouble at all. I'm happy to help." Hong Yi chuckled. Qin Feiyang said, "There's really no need." Now that Madman was here, there was no need to ask Hong Yi for help. This person was very greedy. If this continued, who knew how many benefits he would get from him? Although Qin Feiyang didn't care about these so-called benefits, there was no need to benefit an irrelevant person. "Why has Brother Li become so distant after not seeing you for a while? Who are you talking to?" "Your business is my business," Hong Yi said. Qin Feiyang frowned and nodded with a smile. "All right then, that's right. You don't have to be polite with me. Even if it's just a small matter, I'm happy to help." Hong Yi smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then let's go. It's still the same old rules." "Same old rules," Hong Yi murmured and didn't immediately send the two of them to the spatial divine item. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. "Brother Li, there's a question I can't figure out. Why do you hide in the spatial divine item every time you enter the Dragon God Palace?" Hong Yi looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and said with a smile, "I don't want to be seen by others, so as to avoid some trouble." "Is that really the case? Why do I feel that there's something else?" Hong Yi smiled. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and frowned. "What are you trying to say?" "Nothing. Purely curious. Brother Li, I heard that last time you got a lot of divine weapons and divine arts from the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Divine Art Treasury." Hong Yi continued to ask and didn't have the slightest intention of taking the two of them out of the Dragon God Palace. This is something that everyone knows. There's no need to ask when you already know the answer. Qin Feiyang smiled. "You're really lucky. Brother Li, you can't use all these divine arts and divine weapons by yourself. Why don't you share some with me?" Hong Yi smiled. "Greedy indeed." Qin Feiyang muttered and smiled faintly. "Sorry, you're late. I gave them all to the people around me." Hong Yi said, "You didn't give away the Qilin technique and soul-anchoring divine pearl, right?" He didn't believe that this person would be willing to give away supreme divine arts and supreme divine artifacts to the people around him. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I didn't give them away." "Why?" Hong Yi said, "Then why don't you give them to me?" "Give them to you?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said in astonishment, "After all this time, you came to me just to ask for the Qilin technique and soul-anchoring divine pearl? You can't say it so harshly. Look, I've also helped you a lot. Let's talk about this madman. He only managed to enter the Dragon God Temple with my help. Shouldn't you repay me?" Hong Yi said with a smile. Qin Feiyang also smiled. Madman's smile was even more brilliant. He actually dared to have ideas about them. This courage was really quite admirable. Hong Yi was also fearless and said with a smile, "Brother Li, listen to me, harmony brings wealth, this is the right way." Qin Feiyang said, "I'm very curious, what is your confidence?" Since he had already said it out loud, there was naturally no need to be polite. "Confidence? You should know in your heart." Hong Yi said. "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Do I have to point it out?" "Fine. I'll fulfill your wish. During this period, I've been thinking, why do I have to hide in a spatial artifact every time I enter the Dragon God Palace? Then one day, I suddenly thought of a possibility. It's also the only possibility. You can't freely pass through the entrance. And being unable to pass through the entrance is also a kind of explanation. You're not controlled by the Stone of Fate. Am I right? Hong Yi smiled. It seems that I've underestimated you, Qin Feiyang said. Is that really the case? Hong Yi was shocked and said in a deep voice, everyone who enters the Dragon God Palace will be controlled by the Stone of Fate. Why aren't you? Aren't you very smart? Think about it yourself, Qin Feiyang said. Could it be that young man who snatched the Stone of Fate from the Dragon God Palace Master and then helped you remove the fate contract? Hong Yi was surprised. You can even guess this, you're indeed smart, I really shouldn't have underestimated you. Qin Feiyang smiled in surprise. I see. Hong Yi nodded and laughed. It's not that you underestimated me, but you overestimated yourself. Yes. So you're going to use this to threaten me and make me give you the Qilin technique and soul-calming pearl? Qin Feiyang said. Then do you think this can threaten you? Hong Yi smiled and asked. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. No. Hong Yi looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. You've made a very stupid decision, you know? If you can be honest, then I definitely won't make a move on you. But you chose to threaten me. You even want the Paragon technique and artifact. Are you worthy? Qin Feiyang said. Ha. Hong Yi raised his head and laughed. He became more and more fearless and said, I've long known that you killed Wang Daren and the other two, and I also know that you have supreme experts protecting you. Do you think I'll come to you unprepared? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, what preparation? Before coming, I've already told a friend of mine that if I don't go back alive today, I'll go and find Lord Ancestral Dragon. At that time, you should know what the consequences will be, right? Hong Yi said with a smile. Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. This person was quite smart to be able to plan this step in advance. Give it to me. I promise that we'll live in peace in the future. But there's one more condition, you have to give me some divine pills on time every month. Hong Yi said. You want the Qilin technique and soul calming pearl, and divine pills, aren't you afraid that you can't handle it? Qin Feiyang said. Hong Yi said with a smile, don't worry, I have a big appetite, no matter how much I want, I can handle it. Is that so? Qin Feiyang looked outside the cave, his eyes flashing slightly, and said helplessly, all right, I'll give it to you, follow me to the space divine object. There's no need for that. Just give it to me here. Hong Yi said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, I invited you so kindly, but you actually refused, you're not giving me face. Then tell me, why should I give you face? Hong Yi looked at him mockingly. If you don't give me face, then I definitely won't give you face either. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, lowered his head to look at the five-clawed golden dragon on his wrist, and said, cripple him. The five-clawed golden dragon immediately rushed out, and like a golden arrow, it pierced through Hong Yi's chi-si. With a miserable howl, blood suddenly spurted out. At the same time, the five-clawed golden dragon waved its claws, and a divine barrier appeared, sealing off the cave. This way, no matter how much noise was made inside the cave, the outside world would not hear it. Hong Yi felt the dragon might of the five-clawed golden dragon and even forgot to howl. He stared at the golden dragon with a pale face. There was actually a five-clawed golden dragon beside this person. Let me kindly remind you, not only is it a five-clawed golden dragon, it is also a beginner-level immortal realm expert. Madman retreated to the side, leaned against the wall, and looked at Hong Yi playfully. What? Beginner-level immortal realm? Hong Yi's body and mind trembled. The five-clawed golden dragon said contemptuously, this emperor has never seen someone as stupid as you, actually daring to come and threaten us. Hong Yi was terrified, and roared, Li Bu, think carefully, if you dare to kill me, my friend will definitely find Lord Ancestral Dragon. Even now, you're still threatening me, calling you an idiot is already praising you. If I'm not wrong, your friend is now in your space divine object. Qin Feiyang laughed. You, Hong Yi looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Do you want to say, how would I know? Actually, this is very simple, because even if your friend went to find the Ancestral Dragon, that's just a one-sided story, would the Ancestral Dragon believe it? Of course not. So, you must get evidence before you can really threaten me in the future. If you want to get evidence, you must get close to me. How can you get close to me? Of course, by hiding in your space divine object. You are outside, deliberately provoking me and making me say the reason. This way, the friend hiding in your space divine object can use the image crystal to record it without anyone knowing. Am I right? Qin Feiyang laughed. Chapter 2497. When Hong Yi heard these words, he slowly collapsed to the ground. Who the hell is this person? He said all this as if he had seen it with his own eyes. These little tricks of yours are all leftover from us. Call that friend of yours out. Qin Feiyang said lightly. You'd better not mess around. Otherwise, I'll have that friend of mine spread the recording of our conversation. Hong Yi roared. You want to fight to the death? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and looked at the five-clawed golden dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon understood and forcibly pulled Hong Yi's space divine item out of his body. Then, the five-clawed golden dragon waved its claws and the space divine item shattered. After the space divine item shattered, a middle-aged man in black rolled out in a sorry state. In his hand, he was holding an image crystal. The five-clawed golden dragon stepped forward and smashed the image crystal with its claws. Now, what can you use to threaten me? Qin Feiyang looked at Hong Yi with a smile. Hong Yi's eyes were filled with despair. The middle-aged man in black also looked miserable. His cultivation was about the same as Hong Yi's. Facing the five-clawed golden dragon, he was like an ant facing an elephant. If you had spread the recorded video at the beginning, it would have been spread in the Dragon God Palace by now. Unfortunately, you were too greedy and wanted to use this video to threaten us. Of course. You definitely didn't expect that I would be able to guess that he was hiding in your space divine item. Qin Feiyang looked at Hong Yi and smiled. The middle-aged man in black immediately said, Li Biao, this has nothing to do with me. He instigated me. Let me go. What nonsense are you talking about? You were the one who suspected him first, and you even came up with the idea to let me test him. Hong Yi immediately glared at the middle-aged man in black. You're slandering me. Li Biao, you have to believe me. I was really instigated by him. Don't worry, I won't mention this to anyone. Please be magnanimous and let me go. The middle-aged man in black was lying on the ground, crying and begging. Cripple him as well. Qin Feiyang looked at the five-clawed golden dragon and said. The five-clawed golden dragon waved its dragon claw, and a streak of divine power instantly entered the black-clothed middle-aged man's chi-si. The middle-aged man let out a blood-curdling scream. His face was filled with fear. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the two of them to the castle. He then transmitted his voice to Fire Lotus, don't let them die too quickly. Understood. Fire Lotus responded. Qin Feiyang smiled and opened an altar. He turned to Madman and said, Senior brother, let's go. The five-clawed golden dragon coiled around Qin Feiyang's wrist. The madman waved his hand and sent Qin Feiyang into the spatial divine item before stepping onto the altar. Whether it was the madman or Qin Feiyang, this was just a small interlude. In a huge stone room, Qin Feiyang stood in the center and looked around. The stone room was very large, at least a few 100 feet. Not only were there all kinds of furniture, there were also some small green potted plants. After knowing each other for so long, this was the first time Qin Feiyang came to the madman's spatial divine item. The ground was also extremely clean. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the four walls. He discovered that there were actually many tightly shut stone doors. Could it be that there was more than one space? Qin Feiyang curiously walked in front of a stone door and pushed it hard, but found that he couldn't open it. He walked to the other stone doors and tried, but he couldn't open them either. Not simple. He already knew that the madman's spatial divine item was definitely not ordinary. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. But what was behind these doors? Sure. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's vision blurred and in the next moment, he appeared on top of a mountain. Qin Feiyang curiously looked at the madman beside him and asked, Senior brother, what level is your spatial divine item? You want to know? The madman said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. I won't tell you. The madman laughed in ridicule. Qin Feiyang helplessly sent the madman to the castle, then opened an altar and jumped up. Black Tortoise Mountain. At this moment, in a valley, a group of people gathered together, their eyes filled with anticipation. The valley was huge. There were also many people, estimated to be more than 1,000. But when more than 1,000 people gathered together, there was no noise at all, it was extremely quiet. At the front, Li Changhe, Wang Daoyuan, and Jiang Dafei stood together, all of them silent. Shua. Suddenly, a figure descended in the sky above the valley. At this moment, everyone raised their heads in unison and looked at that figure. Greetings, young lord. Greetings, young master. Jiang Dafei and the other two immediately bowed. He is the young lord. The others looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd and took a facial restoration pill, restoring his true appearance. It's the young lord. It's exactly the same as what the divine general said. Greetings, young lord. After seeing Qin Feiyang restore his true appearance, the group of people knelt down and kowtowed. Get up. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yes. Everyone got up and looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. They were no stranger to the name Qin Feiyang, but it was the first time they saw him in person. This was a bit different from the young lord they imagined. The young lord in their imagination was the kind of person who was unapproachable, cold, and ruthless. But now, the young lord standing in front of them looked very gentle, without any arrogance or coercion. Young master, this is for you. Li Changhe and the other two flew in front of Qin Feiyang. Wang Daoyuan took out the twin dragon pendant and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang put away the twin dragon pendant. When he gave the twin dragon pendant to Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan, it was to prove that they were his subordinates. Now that they were here, he naturally didn't need the twin dragon pendant anymore. Qin Feiyang asked, how many people are there in total? Except for Fan Yunzhong, everyone is here. A total of 1,198 people. Li Changhe. With 1,198 people, including Fan Yunzhong and Jiang Dafei, there were exactly 1,200 people in total. As expected, there were spies of the Dragon Slayer Palace in the 1,200 cities in the north. But Qin Feiyang knew that this was not all. There must be people of the Dragon Slayer Palace hiding in the major cities. It was just that these people usually hid in the city or in the wilderness, and no one knew about them. How's your cultivation? Qin Feiyang asked. Jiang Dafei said, between the half-step supreme and the perfected ninth heaven state. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at the 1,198 people below, and said with a smile, it's been hard on you to hide in the major cities all these years. It's not hard at all. As long as we can destroy the dragons, it's worth sacrificing our lives. The people below immediately roared. I don't agree with that. The dragons must be destroyed, but you have to live. I, Qin Feiyang, will never do a deal that kills 1,000 enemies and loses 800 of my own men. You have to protect yourselves even more if you follow me. I don't want anyone to sacrifice themselves for the Dragon Slayer Palace, for me, Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Yes. Everyone bowed in response, and their hearts were filled with warmth. No one had ever cared about them so much. How lucky. They had met such a benevolent and righteous young lord. Okay, let's get down to business. I believe Li Changhe and the others have also told you my rules. Qin Feiyang said. We're willing. Everyone bowed. Qin Feiyang smiled and began to make seals with both hands. Slave seals quickly appeared and swept toward the heads of more than 1,000 people. After about a few hundred breaths, the slave seals were finally completed. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, I control you. Do you have any complaints? No. The group of people didn't hesitate at all and answered very straightforwardly. Since you're willing to follow me, I definitely won't treat you badly. I won't ask for your names. After all, there are too many people. I might not be able to remember all of them. But I promise you here that when I succeed and retire, I will return your freedom. Also, no matter who it is, As long as you reach the perfected paragon or the 9 heavens stage, I will help you open the door of potential. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The door of potential. Everyone was wild with joy when they heard this. This was something they had never expected at all. It was simply a great fortune. Qin Feiyang turned to Jiang Dafei and the other two and said, "Count how many perfected paragon and perfected paragon gods there are now." Then, Qin Feiyang entered the Black Tortoise realm and looked at Fire Lotus. "Immediately prepare the yin-yang chaos divine pills for me, as well as all kinds of medicinal herbs to open the door of potential. The more the better." "Okay." Fire Lotus nodded. Outside the valley. "Come. Perfected paragon and perfected paragon gods, step forward." Jiang Dafei looked at the crowd below and said. Immediately, figures walked out one after another. There were men and women, old and young. Jiang Dafei said again, "Perfected paragon gods, stand on the right. Perfected paragon gods, stand on the left." The group of people walked to the left and right. It was very orderly. There was no disturbance at all. Soon, the people on both sides stood in place. Jiang Dafei and the other two counted. There were 150 perfected paragon gods. There were 300 perfected paragon gods. A total of 450 people. Then, the three of them reported this matter to Qin Feiyang. Although Qin Feiyang was in the castle, he could clearly hear the voices outside. Outside. Time passed breath by breath. About 10 breaths later, Qin Feiyang appeared in the sky above the valley again. He looked extremely haggard. In his hand, he was holding a Chenkuan bag. "Give them the yin-yang chaos pills and help them open the door of potential." Qin Feiyang threw the Chenkuan bag to Jiang Dafei and the other two. The three of them took the Chenkuan bag and looked down. They were shocked. How could he refine so many pills so quickly? Right. There was a time array in the castle. A day outside was 100 years inside. Although only a few breaths had passed outside, a long time had passed inside the castle. And refining these pills continuously had indeed exhausted Qin Feiyang. "It's actually a divine pill. I didn't expect young lord to be able to refine divine pills." When they saw the pills that Li Changhe and the other two took out, they were all extremely shocked. "Now you know how powerful young lord is." Jiang Dafei smiled and said, "All of you, come up and receive your yin-yang chaos pills." The perfected paragon gods and perfected paragon gods flew up one after another and received a yin-yang chaos pill. These yin-yang chaos pills can raise your cultivation by 1 minor level. If you're lucky, it might even raise your cultivation by 2 minor levels. Qin Feiyang smiled. Raise your cultivation to the paragon god level? There's still a possibility of increasing by 2 minor realms. Thank you, young lord. The 450 people immediately bowed and thanked him. The other hundreds of people naturally looked envious. Don't worry. When you break through to the perfected paragon god level, you'll all have them. As for the people of the Empyrean realm, the young lord said earlier that he would also help you open the door of potential. Li Changhe smiled. When the hundreds of people heard this, their eyes were filled with anticipation. Chapter 2498. Looking at everyone's reaction, Qin Feiyang was also very satisfied. The first step of winning people's hearts had basically been achieved. Qin Feiyang looked down at the 5-clawed golden dragon on his wrist and said with a smile, "Set up a barrier." After all, Black Tortoise Mountain was outside Holy Dragon City, and there were many fierce beasts nearby, as well as some people who were training. When everyone broke through later, it would definitely cause a big commotion. So, he had to set up a barrier to isolate the commotion. Hearing this, the 5-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky and turned into 100 feet long. Divine power surged out, and a barrier suddenly appeared, covering the entire valley. Divine dragon. It's a 5-clawed golden dragon. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Li Changhe and the other two were shocked. When did the young master subdue a 5-clawed golden dragon? It's a companion that has just followed me not long ago. It has a basic immortal realm cultivation. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Basic immortal realm. Everyone's eyes trembled. This young master was indeed a dragon among men, Even a basic immortal realm 5-clawed golden dragon was under his command. "Let's begin," Qin Feiyang said, then sat cross-legged in the void and closed his eyes to rest. The 450 people also took the yin and yang chaos pills one after another. Boom. After a while, waves of aura burst out uncontrollably. A group of people broke through one after another. There was no doubt that the 300 perfected immortals had all broken through the shackles of the Nine Heavens realm. As long as they opened the door of potential, they could break through to the half-step Nine Heavens realm. However, only 30 or so of the 150 perfected immortals were lucky enough to soar all the way to the perfected immortals and break through the shackles of the Nine Heavens realm. As for the remaining 100 or so people, although they were a bit unlucky and didn't break through the shackles of the Nine Heavens realm, they were all perfected immortals. Next, of course, it was to help these people open the door of potential. The 5-clawed golden dragon released its pressure. The doors of potential of the 450 people were opened one after another. Those who could enter the Dragon Slayer Palace had extraordinary willpower. Halfway through, they only rested for a short while. About half an hour. The 450 people had broken through the ultimate immortal realm. Looking at the potential mark on their chests, they were all incoherent with excitement. Following closely, everyone looked at Qin Feiyang, who was recuperating with his eyes closed. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. All of this was given to him by the young lord. In the future, the young supremacy would be their sky. Whatever the young supremacy told them to do, they would do. The remaining few hundred people clenched their fists tightly. In order to unlock the door of potential, they had to work hard in their cultivation from now on. "Sir, it's done." Li Changhe walked up to Qin Feiyang and respectfully handed the Chenkuan bag to Qin Feiyang. There were still many pills left inside. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, and the fatigue between his brows disappeared. He glanced at the Chenkuan bag and smiled faintly. "Give it to Jiang Dafei. In the future, if you need it, go to him." "Thank you, young lord." Those who hadn't unlocked their potential bowed and thanked him. It turned out that the young master had already refined the elixirs they needed. Hearing this, Li Changhe handed the Chenkuan bag to Jiang Dafei and reminded him, "Brother Jiang, the pills inside are priceless. Take good care of them. Don't worry. I'll protect these pills with my life." Jiang Dafei said solemnly. "That's too exaggerated. But there's no certainty. If these pills are exposed to the world, it won't be good for you." Qin Feiyang smiled. Jiang Dafei was slightly stunned, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. That seemed to be the case. Apart from the yin-yang chaos pill, the rest of the pills were all for unlocking the door of potential. Once exposed, one could imagine what kind of disaster it would bring. Thinking of this Chenkuan bag was still a hot potato. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them and said, "Now, tell me, how many city lords have been replaced?" The three of them were stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang, looking a little nervous. Qin Feiyang frowned. "Don't tell me that you haven't taken action after so long. Please forgive me, sir. We really haven't taken action yet. Because we've been contacting everyone during this period. Although you gave us the list, the north is too big after all. Moreover, we have to find and confirm one by one. It really took a lot of effort." The three of them lowered their heads. Qin Feiyang frowned. Jiang Dafei said, "Young lord, don't worry, we'll start the plan later and complete the task as soon as possible." "Then what plan do you have?" Qin Feiyang asked. The three of them stiffened and shook their heads. "Not yet." Qin Feiyang said, "Not yet, or can't you think of the most appropriate plan? Nothing can escape young master's eyes. Indeed, we can't think of the most appropriate plan." Wang Daoyuan smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "Then tell me about the plans you originally thought of." "The first step of replacing the city lords is to kill the current city lords. The second step is to find a way for those present to take the position of city lord. But compared to the second step, the first step is more difficult. Because there are too many people, if the city lords die one after another, then no matter how careless the dragons are, they will see through it. And if we take it slow and spend hundreds or thousands of years, It will be too much of a waste of time. The three of them said. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, then we can create all kinds of accidents. If the city lords die one after another, it shouldn't attract too much attention. That won't work. Once or twice can be an accident, but if it happens too many times, it won't be an accident anymore. The problem we are most worried about is that once the dragons notice, it will affect our overall plan. Or even fail. Li Changhe. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, this matter really can't be noticed by the dragons. Li Changhe sighed. That's why we haven't been able to find the most suitable way. Wang Daoyuan and Jiang Dafei also looked like they couldn't make up their minds. Looking at the three of them, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Jiang Dafei and the other two looked at each other, then looked at Qin Feiyang. Sir is resourceful, he should be able to think of the safest and most efficient way. A moment later, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and with a wave of his hand, Huiyi, Fire Lotus, and Fengdazi appeared. The three of them looked at Qin Feiyang with a puzzled expression. Qin Feiyang looked at Fengdazi and said, how long will it take for your divine body to recover? Fengdazi said, it will take a while. That doesn't matter. Go to the various city lords' mansions. With the strength of your divine soul, no one can stop you. Qin Feiyang laughed. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion and asked, Qin Dage, do you have a plan? Five-clawed golden dragon, you and Li Changhe go together. Huiyi, you and Wang Daoyuan go together. Fire Lotus, you and Jiang Dafei go together. Fengdazi, you come with me. We will split into 4 groups and loot the medicinal fields of the various city lords' mansions as fast as possible. Of course, we will also kill the city lords of the various city lords' mansions. Qin Feiyang said. So blatant. Everyone looked at each other. That's exactly what we need to do. That way, the dragon clan will think that our target is the herb field and not those city lords. Qin Feiyang laughed. So that's how it is. On the surface, we are looting the medicinal fields, but in the dark, we are killing the current city lords. At that time, even if the city lords are all dead, the dragons will only think that they were killed by us when they were guarding the medicinal fields. Although it will cause a big sensation, it can cover our true purpose. Sir is indeed, sir, to be able to think of such a wonderful plan. This subordinate admires you. Li Changhe cupped his hands and smiled. Wang Daoyuan, Jiang Dafei, and more than 1,000 people below also had a look of admiration. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Changhe and the other two and asked, the three of you have the coordinates of the various cities, right? Yes. You are only responsible for leading the way. Leave the rest to Fire Lotus, Huiyi, and the 5-clawed golden dragon. Qin Feiyang said. Li Changhe and the other two nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the crowd below and smiled, I also need someone to lead the way. Who knows the coordinates of all the cities? Me. Me too. Young lord, I also know. Dozens of people below raised their hands and shouted. Qin Feiyang glanced at the dozens of people, and finally looked at a black-clothed man and said, You. This man was at the peak of the 9 heavens realm and could be of help. The man flew in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed, Subordinate Lei Bing greets young lord. Which city are you from? Qin Feiyang asked. Lei Bing said, Serpent City. Serpent City? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and muttered, It sounds familiar. Young lord, Serpent City is as famous as Holy Dragon City. It is one of the 3 largest cities in the north. Jiang Dafei said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. When the princess and the patriarch of the dragons pretended to be Lin Yi and her disciple and looted the treasure vaults of various cities, they also looted Serpent City. So, he had also heard of this city. Well, take Fengdazi and me to Serpent City. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes. Lei Bing nodded respectfully. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Fire Lotus, Huiyi, and the 5-clawed golden dragon, and said with a smile, Then let's get started. After we are done, we will meet here. Remember to kill those messengers. In this way, the people of the City Lord's mansion will not be able to contact the dragons immediately, and we will have plenty of time. Huiyi laughed, I haven't encountered such a fun thing in a long time. Wang Daoyuan, let's go. Then let's go to Snow Dragon City. Wang Daoyuan smiled, changed his appearance slightly, and opened an altar. Snow Dragon City, Serpent City, and Holy Dragon City were the three largest cities in the north. As soon as the two left, Li Changhe looked at the five-clawed golden dragon and said with a hoarse smile, "Then let's go to Sun Moon City." "Whatever. Anyway, they are just ants." The five-clawed golden dragon said proudly. Qin Feiyang looked at the five-clawed golden dragon and said, "You also have to change your appearance." Chapter 2499. Why? The five-clawed golden dragon asked. "You'll follow me to the Dragon God Palace in the future, so you can't reveal your true identity," Qin Feiyang said. "All right." The five-clawed golden dragon nodded and transformed into a human. Then, his divine power condensed into a mask and he put it on his face. Li Changhe also changed his appearance. He activated an altar and left with the five-clawed golden dragon. As soon as the five-clawed golden dragon left, the barrier around the valley disappeared. Jiang Dafei also took a phantom elixir and changed his appearance slightly. He looked at Fire Lotus and said with a smile, "Miss Fire Lotus, let's go to Star Cloud City." "Okay." Fire Lotus nodded. After Fire Lotus and Jiang Dafei left, Lei Bing also took out a phantom elixir and changed his appearance. After all, he had to stay undercover in Serpent City in the future, so he couldn't reveal his true identity. It was because of this that Jiang Dafei had changed his appearance. As for Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan, they had appeared in the Dragon God Palace, so they couldn't show their true faces. Otherwise, everyone would know that Li Bu in the Dragon God Palace was Qin Feiyang. After that, Lei Bing also opened an altar. Qin Feiyang jumped onto the altar with Feng Dazhi. He looked at the more than 1,000 people below and said with a smile, "Build a contract bridge with each other so that you can contact each other in the future. Then, go back to your respective cities immediately. But don't go back to the City Lord's mansion, in case you get hurt." "Yes." A group of people bowed and answered. Lei Bing also jumped onto the altar. "This young master is really bold." Yes. Only the young master would dare to think of such a bold plan, and only the young master would dare to do it. After Qin Feiyang and the other two left, the more than 1,000 people sighed. Last time. In order to deal with Qin Feiyang, the dragons looted the treasure vaults of all the cities in the north. This time around, Qin Feiyang could be said to be giving him a taste of his own medicine. One could imagine. When the dragons received the news, their faces would be ugly. Serpent City. There was a sea of people and endless streams of horses and carriages. It seemed incomparably prosperous and lively. The City Lord's mansion, which was located in the center of the city, was naturally heavily guarded. At this moment, behind the City Lord's mansion, above a medicinal field, three figures appeared out of nowhere. They were none other than Qin Feiyang, Feng Dazhi, and Lei Bing. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at Feng Dazhi. Feng Dazhi waved his hand, and a divine sense shot out, blasting downward. With a loud bang, an enchantment appeared above the medicine field, and the enchantment shattered. Without another word, Qin Feiyang immediately released his divine power and poured it into the ground below the herb field. Rumble. The entire herb field was uprooted, including the crystal vein and the spirit vein below. Who is it? This commotion immediately alerted the people in the City Lord's estate. A black-clothed old man took the lead and rushed into the back mountain. But when he saw that it was Qin Feiyang and Feng Dazhi, his face suddenly changed. This was because the two of them had not changed their appearances yet. And Qin Feiyang wanted to cause a sensation. Needless to say, Feng Dazhi used to be a servant of the dragons, so the dragons naturally knew him. How dare you rob the herb field of the Serpent City again? And this Feng Dazhi, didn't he explode himself? Why is he still alive? The black-clothed old man was both shocked and angry, but he didn't dare to go forward. Not only did they not dare to step forward, they fled for their lives in fear. Feng Dazhi turned around and looked at the black-clothed old man, who had just reached the 9th heaven state. A divine sense shot out, and the black-clothed old man died on the spot. The next moment, he returned to his true form, which was a black dragon, and fell to the ground with a thump. Soon, another group of people rushed into the back mountain. The leader was a middle-aged man in a purple robe, who looked quite majestic. He is the city lord of the Serpent City. The people behind him are basically the dragon's minions. They all deserve to die. Lei Bing said to Feng Dazhi. Die. Feng Dazhi said coldly, and a divine sense rushed towards the group of people like a tide. It's Qin Fei Yang. Run. The city lord roared. But before he could finish, the divine sense had already arrived. Along with a series of screams, the group of people died, and blood splashed in the sky. At the same time, Qin Fei Yang put the herb field into the black tortoise realm, looked at the blood mist in the sky, and said with a smile, "Let's go to the next city." Yes. Lei Yibing opened another altar, and then the three of them left without looking back. Did you hear the commotion at the city lord's mansion? Something seems to have happened. I can faintly hear some screams. What is going on? At this moment, everyone in the Serpent City was looking at the city lord's mansion, their eyes full of shock. The guards of the city lord's mansion heard the commotion and rushed to the back mountain in shock. When he saw the looted medicinal field, when he saw the black dragon's corpse, when he saw the ground full of dismembered corpses and severed limbs, he immediately turned pale. What's going on? Who robbed the herb field? Who killed the messenger of the dragons and the city lord? The news quickly spread in the Serpent City, causing a huge uproar. At the same time, Snow Dragon City, Sun Moon City, and Star Cloud City were also boiling. Because the city lord's mansions of these three cities were also robbed. The messenger of the dragons and the city lord were also killed. I saw it, it's Hui Yi. That's right, it's Qin Fei Yang's accomplice. It's him who robbed the herb field of Snow Dragon City and killed the city lord and the messenger of the dragons. Oh my god. Why would he suddenly do such a thing? He's crazy. I saw it too, it's a masked woman who robbed the herb field of Star Cloud City. She's too powerful. The city lord, the messenger of the dragons, and the guards are as weak as ants in front of her. An unprecedented storm unfolded in the north. All the cities were talking about it. Whoosh. Above a certain city, accompanied by a terrifying aura, a golden-robed man wearing a mask descended in the sky above the city lord's mansion. Die, all of you. After robbing the herb field, the man in the golden robe shouted coldly, and divine power surged out and blasted into the city lord's mansion. Boom. The entire city lord's mansion was turned into ashes in an instant. How cruel. Li Changhe shook his head. That's right. The man in the golden robe was the five-clawed golden dragon. Let's go. The five-clawed golden dragon said coldly. Li Changhe nodded and opened an altar. After the two left, the city was in an uproar. Who are they? I heard that they've robbed more than one city lord's mansion. The news finally reached the Dragon God Palace. What did you say? The white-clothed woman looked at a disciple who came to report with a face full of shock and anger. Lord Ancestral Dragon. It's true. The disciple said. Who is it? The white-clothed woman said in a deep voice. Hui Yi, a masked woman, and a masked man. And someone saw Qin Fei Yang and Feng Dazhi with their own eyes. The disciple said. Feng Dazhi? Isn't he dead? The white-clothed woman was shocked. Back then, Feng Dazhi self-destructed in front of her. How could he still be alive? Could it be that he left behind a wisp of his divine soul before he self-destructed? This damned thing, the disciple said, and their cultivation seems to be very strong. How strong? The white-clothed woman asked. I'm not sure, but I heard that Hui Yi, the masked woman, and the masked man are all in the imperishable realm. The disciple said. Qin Fei Yang, you're simply lawless. The white-clothed woman was unable to restrain her anger. She waved her hand and said, I know, you can leave now. Yes. The disciple respectfully responded, turned around, and quickly left. The white-clothed woman took out an image crystal. Buzz. A blurry figure appeared. It was Longzuan. The white-clothed woman shouted, Lord Longzuan, something bad has happened. What's wrong? Longzuan frowned. Qin Fei Yang, Hui Yi, Feng Dazhi, and two masked men and women who jumped out of nowhere, are wantonly looting the medicine fields of the various city lord mansions in the north. Our emissaries of the dragons were all killed by them," the white-clothed woman said. Naturally, she ignored the deaths of the various city lords. Because compared to the looting of the medicine fields and the death of the dragon's emissaries, the deaths of the various city lords were not worth mentioning. "What? This damn little beast, is there no end to it?" Longzuan said angrily. The white-clothed woman said, "Lord, how should we solve this matter? Immediately send a message to the ancestral dragons of the various sea regions, tell them to immediately rush to the north and kill them at all cost." Longzuan shouted. "Yes." The white-clothed woman nodded. At this time, Qin Feiyang, Fire Lotus, Huoyi, and Five-Clawed Golden Dragon had already looted 1/3 of the cities in the north. After all, their strength was in front of them, and they also had the coordinates of the various city lord mansions. Looting a medicine field was just a matter of a few blinks of an eye. In contrast, rushing was the most time-consuming. Because the distance between the major cities in the north was basically very far. The nearest city would need to activate several teleportation altars to reach. In the sky above a city lord mansion, Lei Bing and Feng Dazhi were helping to transfer the medicine fields. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. Buzz. A shadow appeared. It was Huoyi. "What's the matter?" Huoyi looked at him suspiciously. "I guess these things have already reached Longzuan's ears. She will definitely think of a way to kill us. So, we must be careful," Qin Feiyang warned. "Don't worry. With the broken sword, it's not a problem to escape." Huoyi smiled confidently. "Don't let down your guard," Qin Feiyang said. "Got it." Huoyi nodded his head and turned off the image crystal. At this time, the medicine fields below were also uprooted from the ground. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the medicine fields to the Black Tortoise realm. Then, he looked around. "What's going on? Why haven't the dragon's messenger and the city lord come yet?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "I guess they have already received the news, so they don't dare to come and check," Feng Dazhi said. "Then, won't we have no way to kill those city lords?" Lei Bing frowned. Qin Feiyang said, "Then, let's kill them." "Kill?" Feng Dazhi was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, "Destroy the entire city lord mansion." "Huh?" Feng Dazhi was surprised. "Why are you so surprised? Anyway, our people have already told them in advance not to return to the city lord mansion after returning to their respective cities. And now, the people in the city lord mansion are almost all the dragon's minions. Their deaths are not worth regretting," Qin Feiyang said lightly. "That's true." Feng Dazhi nodded and flew into the sky with Qin Feiyang. A divine sense blasted into the city lord mansion. With a loud bang, the entire city lord mansion was instantly annihilated. Following that, the three didn't stop and rushed to the next city. Chapter 2500. Next. Qin Feiyang then sent a message to Fire Lotus, Jiang Dafei, Li Changhe and the Five-Clawed Golden Dragon, telling them to be careful. And Huoyi, Fire Lotus, and the Five-Clawed Golden Dragon also began to encounter the same situation. The dragon's emissary and the city lord did not come. It was as if they were telling them that they could loot as much as they wanted, but they would not come to throw their lives away. The final choice that the three of them made was the same as Qin Feiyang, to destroy the entire city lord's mansion. What was even funnier was that this news slowly spread. "What? Destroy the entire city lord's mansion? These people are crazy. No, I can't stay in the city lord's mansion any longer. If they come, I'll definitely die. Quick, inform everyone to evacuate the city lord's mansion immediately." Upon receiving this news, the dragon's emissaries and city lords of the various city lords' mansions immediately gave the order. In some cities, not only did the city lords' mansions people evacuate, even the people inside the city had all evacuated out of the city, turning it into an empty city. When Qin Feiyang and the others encountered such a situation, they were quite helpless. Above a city lord's mansion, Jiang Dafei looked at the empty city lord's mansion, and the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch as he sighed. The development of the situation is somewhat unexpected. Indeed, I did not expect it. Fire Lotus shook her head and smiled. Jiang Dafei asked, "Then what do we do now?" Fire Lotus pondered for a moment, and said, "There's no need to continue, let's retreat." "All right." Jiang Dafei nodded, opened an altar, and the two of them quickly left. At the same time, Hu Yi and Wang Daoyuan also arrived above an empty city lord's mansion. And not only the city lord's mansion, but the city was also empty. "This is already the second empty city we've encountered." Wang Daoyuan glanced at the city lord's mansion, then looked at the empty city, and said helplessly, "Then let's go." Hu Yi decisively opened an altar. Die. However, at this moment, accompanied by a loud shout, a sword light tore through the sky in the distance and charged towards Hu Yi and Wang Daoyuan. Hu Yi looked down and did not hesitate to mobilize his divine power to protect the altar. At the same time, he took out his broken sword and slashed out. Rumble. The two sword lights met. In an instant, the entire city, including the city lord's mansion, was reduced to ashes. Just as young master expected, the dragons would send people to kill us. Wang Daoyuan muttered. Hu Yi grunted coldly as he grabbed Wang Daoyuan, and then he flashed up the altar like a bolt of lightning before his figure started to dissipate. "Where do you think you're going?" A 14 or 15-year-old youth in blood-red clothes streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. He was holding a blood-red dagger in his hand. Hu Yi looked at the blood-robed youth and chuckled, "Blood dragon, ancestral dragon, aren't you guarding the North Sea? What are you doing here? How dare you?" Although the blood-red clothed youth looked young, there was a shocking murderous aura between his eyebrows. "I already guessed that you would come, so I won't give you a chance. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Hu Yi waved his hand, and the two figures completely disappeared. Damn it, damn it!" the blood-robed youth roared. In the sky above another city, the five-clawed golden dragon and Li Changhe also encountered an empty city. Li Changhe shook his head and took out an altar. Buzz. But at this time, the image crystal rang. Li Changhe took out the image crystal, and Qin Feiyang's shadow appeared. "I received a message from Hu Yi that the blood dragon ancestral dragon has already arrived in the north. I believe that the other ancestral dragons have also arrived. Evacuate immediately," Qin Feiyang said. Ancestral dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon and Li Changhe's expressions changed as they immediately revived the altar and returned to Black Tortoise Mountain. At the same time, Fire Lotus also received Hu Yi's message. Black Tortoise Mountain. Several people appeared in the sky above the valley one after another. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and laughed. "Everyone is back, not bad. It's a pity that we didn't kill them all." Lei Yibing shook his head regretfully. Li Changhe sighed, "There's nothing we can do about it." Wang Daoyuan looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Young master, we should have acted quietly at that time. Do you think that by acting quietly, you can kill all the city lords without anyone noticing? It will never be possible. There are so many people in the city lord's mansion. No matter how secretive we are, we will be exposed sooner or later." Hu Yi said. Qin Feiyang laughed, "Since we've already come this far, there's nothing to regret. Tell me about your results." He was already very happy that everyone had returned. Jiang Dafei said, "Miss Fire Lotus and I have killed a total of 160 city lords. Wang Daoyuan followed, Lord Hu Yi and I have killed a total of 175 city lords. Lord Golden Dragon and I have killed a little more. We killed a total of 190 city lords." Li Changhe laughed. There was no other way, the five-clawed golden dragon was too violent. "More than us." Lei Yibing was stunned. "Then how many did you kill?" Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two curiously. Lei Yibing smiled bitterly. "Young master, Lord Feng Dazhi and I killed 150 city lords. It's indeed a bit bad." Hu Yi grinned. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. 150, 160, 175, 190, this added up to 675. Not to mention, this was a good result. There were 1,200 cities in the north. In other words, they had killed more than half of them. And this was not the main point. The main point was these city lords' mansions' herb field. Let's go to the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led the group into the Black Tortoise world. Above the Devil's Land, there were intact herb fields floating. These were the herb fields that Qin Feiyang looted. Crystal veins, soul veins, not a single one was spared. Qin Feiyang looked at Hu Yi and the others, asking, "What about the herb fields you looted?" Hu Yi, Fire Lotus, and the five-clawed golden dragon looked at each other. With a wave of their hands, herb fields flew out from their chi seas one after another. For people who had reached their cultivation level, their chi seas could accommodate all things. So many. Li Changhe, Wang Daoyuan, Jiang Dafei, and Lei Bing stared at the herb fields, crystal veins, and soul veins in a daze. Qin Feiyang smiled. It seems like there's no need to loot the Dragon God Temple's herb fields, soul veins, and crystal veins. It's enough to cause earth-shaking changes to the Black Tortoise world. Fire Lotus nodded with a smile on her face. This was half of the northern region's crystal veins and soul veins, probably comparable to the north, west desert, south wasteland, and east tomb combined. And the Black Tortoise world space was smaller than the north wasteland. One could imagine. With so many crystal veins and soul veins entering the Black Tortoise world, how big of a change would it cause? Other things aside, the current Black Tortoise world had definitely surpassed the Dragon God Temple. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus, smiling, "Sorry to trouble you again." "No problem." Fire Lotus smiled faintly, saying, "Black Panther brothers, come out and help." Coming. The three Black Panther brothers ran out of the ancient castle. When they saw the herb fields, crystal veins, and soul veins, they were all dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang turned to Lei Bing and Jiang Dafei, saying, "You two go back first. If there's anything, contact me." "Okay." The two nodded. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. After establishing the contract bridge, he sent the two out. Li Changhe asked, "Young master, what about the remaining cities?" "I was just about to think about this. You two go and help Fire Lotus, I'll think about it alone." Qin Feiyang finished speaking and walked to the courtyard at the side. Feng Dazhi entered the ancient castle, continuing to reconstruct his body. The five-clawed golden dragon followed Qin Feiyang. As for Hu Yi, he wandered around the herb fields alone. "Help me brew a pot of tea." Qin Feiyang sat in the pavilion, looking at the five-clawed golden dragon and said, then lowered his head and pondered. Dragon God Mountain Range, above the plains. The white-clothed woman and the blood-red-clothed youth stood together, both silent and gloomy. Soon, accompanied by a few whistling sounds, another four people flew over. The white-clothed woman looked at the four and asked, "How is it?" One of them said, "We didn't find a single person, but we counted that a total of more than 600 city lord mansions were looted." "Damn it." The blood-red-clothed youth was furious. "You just sent a message saying that you met Hu Yi. Why did you let him escape?" An old man looked at the blood-red-clothed youth and frowned. The blood-red-clothed youth said, "They already guessed that we would appear, so they were already prepared. Why are these people so difficult to deal with?" The others rubbed their foreheads. The blood-red-clothed youth said again, "Also, this Hu Yi actually knows that I'm guarding the North Sea?" "What? How did he know?" The others were surprised. "It's clear that they've already expected this," Li Tianlan said. "I'm afraid not only me, but also the few of you guarding the Inland Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and East Sea, they also know." The blood-red-clothed youth said in a deep voice. "I finally understand why Long Zun always said that Qin Feiyang is a bigger threat than the dragon-slaying palace. His mind is really frightening. To be honest, I really don't know what to do with this kid now." The white-clothed woman sighed. "In fact, Old Hay and the other three should have unsealed the heaven-defying divine artifacts the last time we were here." "Yes. If we had unsealed the divine artifacts at that time, although the North Sea and the divine Dragon Island would have been affected, at least we could have gotten rid of him and waited forever. But now, Old Hay and the other three have been killed, and they haven't condensed a complete divine soul yet. The most important thing is that the Sunset Divine Bow, the four heaven-defying divine artifacts, have also fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands. I'm afraid that the four heaven-defying divine artifacts have already surrendered to him." Otherwise, with their strength, they would have already killed their way out. The other 4 people also sighed. What's the point of saying this now? Hurry up and think. What should we do next? The blood-red-clothed youth said angrily, feeling a little restless. The white-clothed woman sighed deeply and said, let's ask Lord Longzun for advice. The other 4 people also nodded. Their minds were in a mess now, and it was hard for them to think of an effective solution. The white-clothed woman took out an image crystal. Buzz. Longzun's shadow appeared. How is it? Longzun asked. We are useless. Please forgive us, Lord Longzun. The 6 people immediately knelt in the void. Longzun's body suddenly emitted a bone-piercing chill when he heard that. He said in a deep voice, how many cities have been affected? More than 600. The white-clothed woman said truthfully. Longzun said angrily, more than 600 cities, that's half of the North Sea. The 6 people trembled in fear, as if they were facing an abyss. Chapter 2501. Half of the north has been plundered. What are you guys doing? Longzun said angrily. My lord, please forgive us. The 6 of them knelt in the air, looking terrified. They also wanted to kill Qin Feiyang and eliminate all future troubles. However, facing this person, they felt powerless from the bottom of their hearts. It was the same as when they faced Qin Batian. Thinking back, Qin Batian was the same as well. Although his cultivation was weak, he was like a loach that couldn't be caught. Why were the people of the Qin clan so difficult to deal with? It's not that they are difficult to deal with, it's because of the Celestial Godstone. Without the Celestial Godstone, they would have died many times over. Longzun snorted as if he knew what the 6 of them were thinking. You're right. The 6 of them nodded. They should still be moving. Go hide in the cities that haven't been plundered and wait for them to come to us. Longzun shouted. Yes. The blood-red-clothed young man and the other 4 answered respectfully. However, the white-clothed woman was still suspicious of him. Longzun looked at the woman in white and asked, do you have any objections? My lord, they have already plundered half of the north. The spirit veins, crystal veins, and herbs are enough for them to use for a lifetime. So I'm worried that they will stop here. The woman in white said. Longzun asked, then tell me, what should we do? The woman in white froze. If she knew what to do, why would she send a message to Longzun? Since you don't know what to do, then go quickly. Longzun snorted coldly, and the phantom immediately dissipated. The 6 of them sighed and stood up. The woman in white looked at the 5 of them and said, do you guys think they will make another move? I don't know. I believe that even Lord Longzun doesn't know. She told us to wait for them to come. She's probably just trying our luck. The 5 of them shook their heads. All right, let's try our luck. The woman in white said helplessly. Why was Qin Feiyang more of a threat than Qin Batian? Although Qin Batian also had Heavenly Domain Magic Stone, he had always kept a low profile and rarely took the initiative to provoke the dragons. But Qin Feiyang was different. He would come out to make a fuss if he had nothing to do. Moreover, it was not a small matter. Every time, it would cause an uproar. When encountering such a situation, not to mention the arrogant dragon clan, no one would be able to take it. Therefore, for the dragons, Qin Feiyang was a problem that needed to be solved as soon as possible. The Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang sipped his tea and pondered. Fire Lotus, on the other hand, was busy with Wang Daoyuan, Li Changhe, and He Bao. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon who was standing respectfully at the side. He smiled and said, Xiao Jin, don't just stand there. Sit down and drink tea with me. Little Gold. The 5-clawed golden dragon was still in his human form. When he heard Qin Feiyang's words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Was this form of address really suitable for him? But he didn't say anything. He sat opposite Qin Feiyang and took a sip from his teacup. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, It seems that you and Huiyi are a good match. A good match for him? The 5-clawed golden dragon raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said, he doesn't like to drink tea either. No matter how good the tea is, it's not as good as a pot of inferior wine in his eyes. The five-clawed golden dragon's eyes lit up and asked, "So, he likes to drink?" "Not very much, but very much. If you also like this, then you really have to follow him. Because right now, he has hundreds of jars of peerless wine on him." Qin Feiyang laughed. Peerless wine. The five-clawed golden dragon's eyes lit up, but he stubbornly shook his head and said, "I don't care." Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh, and said, "I'm very curious. Why do you want to follow me? Is it just because I control you?" The five-clawed golden dragon hesitated. "There's no harm in saying it." Qin Feiyang said. "Okay. Then I'll tell you the truth. Although Huoyi's current cultivation is stronger than yours, I know that his future achievements will definitely not be as good as yours. Because you have the Black Tortoise Realm, a heaven-defying artifact like the ancient castle, and a group of loyal subordinates. And what Huoyi has is that broken sword. However, that broken sword belonged to your ancestor. So, in the long run, you are the most worthy person to follow." The five-clawed golden dragon said. "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "You have a good eye. Shameless." The five-clawed golden dragon pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Then, what do you think we should do next?" "Next?" The five-clawed golden dragon was stunned. "Yes. We've only killed a little more than half of the city lords in the north, so the operation will definitely continue. But I'm worried that the ancestral dragon of the dragons may be lurking in one of the city lords' residences, waiting for us to deliver ourselves to his door." Qin Feiyang said. The five-clawed golden dragon god looked a little embarrassed. It didn't matter if he was asked to fight a bloody battle, but it was a little too difficult for him to come up with a plan. He admitted that he didn't have the same brain as Qin Feiyang. "What's wrong? Is this a problem for you?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "Qin, young master, don't make fun of me. I can fight, but I really can't do anything else." The five-clawed golden dragon smiled bitterly. He originally wanted to directly call Qin Feiyang by his name, but since he was now following Qin Feiyang, there should be a hierarchy. So, after thinking for a while, he also called Qin Feiyang young master like Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan. As for the title of young lord, it was a title used by the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace, such as Jiang Dafei and Fan Yunzhong. And he wasn't from the Dragon Slayer Palace, but directly under Qin Feiyang's command, so it was a little inappropriate to call him young lord like Jiang Dafei and the others. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "I have a plan. Listen to it and see if it's feasible." "Go ahead." The five-clawed golden dragon said. "Logically speaking, Longzuan doesn't know our real purpose, so he should think that we won't take action again. After all, the herbs, crystal veins, and spirit veins that we looted this time are enough for us to use for a lifetime. So when the news passes, we can continue to take action. But we can't judge this kind of thing by common sense. Maybe the ancestral dragons are really waiting for us in one of the city lords' residences. So, my plan is, just in case, I'll enter the inland sea and stall Longzuan and the ancestral dragons. You guys take the opportunity to go to other cities and kill those city lords." Qin Feiyang said. Hearing the first part, the five-clawed golden dragon was impressed. Young master was really thoughtful. However, when the last sentence was said, the five-clawed golden dragon god's face stiffened. Entering the inland sea to stall Longzuan and the ancestral dragons, wasn't that courting death? Actually, as long as the sunset divine bow and the other divine artifacts are willing to help, even if I enter the inland sea alone, I will be fine. Qin Feiyang smiled. The five-clawed golden dragon said, "But the key is that they haven't really submitted yet. So, I have to talk to them again." Qin Feiyang smiled, picked up the teacup, raised his head and drank it, then got up and walked toward the castle. "Is it that easy?" The five-clawed golden dragon looked at Qin Feiyang's back and muttered to himself. Castle, hall. Qin Feiyang walked into the hall and looked at the sunset divine bow and the other divine artifacts. "You don't have to say any more. We heard your conversation with the five-clawed golden dragon. I have to say, we really admire your courage." Before Qin Feiyang could speak, the sunset divine bow's artifact spirit said. "You heard." Qin Feiyang was taken aback and smiled, Alright, I don't have to say it again. What's your decision? The Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit said, we can help you, but we have a condition. A trace of a smile appeared in Qin Feiyang's eyes as he asked, what conditions? No matter what the 4 divine artifacts' conditions were, he would agree. The Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit said, let us go to the origin source of the Black Tortoise world to cultivate. Origin source? Qin Feiyang was stunned. You want to go to the origin source to cultivate? Are you dreaming? But at this moment, the little boy appeared out of thin air and stood in front of Qin Feiyang, looking coldly at the 4 great divine artifacts. The Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit said, if you don't let us go, we won't help Qin Feiyang. Sure. The little boy put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Qin Feiyang, throw them out immediately. What? Qin Feiyang looked at the little boy in astonishment. The 4 great divine artifacts were something he had painstakingly left behind, and he actually wanted him to throw them out. Hurry up. The little boy urged. But, Qin Feiyang looked a little anxious. The 4 great divine artifacts now knew all of his secrets. If they were allowed to return to the dragons, then the dragons would be even more unscrupulous when dealing with him in the future. And now, the dragons were at least a little afraid of the castle. The little boy said, listen to me. Qin Feiyang looked at the little boy, then at the 4 great divine artifacts, and nodded helplessly, all right. The little boy immediately looked at the 4 great divine artifacts, his eyes full of ridicule. Qin Feiyang, you must think carefully. The Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit said in a deep voice. As you can see, in the Black Tortoise world, this little brat is actually the biggest. I can't not listen to him. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and raised his hand. Seeing this, the Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit hurriedly said, don't, let's talk things over. Qin Feiyang was surprised. The Sunset Divine Bow actually gave in? This was something he never expected. There was actually a day when the artifact spirit would compromise. Aren't you very arrogant? What's there to discuss? The little boy sneered. The Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit was silent for a long time, then said, all right, this sovereign apologizes to you. That's more like it. Since you have a request, you should have the attitude of asking for help. A cold and arrogant smile appeared on the little boy's face. The Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit said helplessly, whatever you say. All right. I can let you enter the land of origin, but you have to be obedient in advance. Otherwise, even if the artifact spirit of the castle speaks up for you, it won't work. The little boy said indifferently. Although he looked like a porcelain doll, he was quite dignified. Chapter 2502. Okay. We'll help Qin Feiyang. The artifact spirit of the Sunset Divine Bow said, its tone full of helplessness. Wait a moment. What did you just say? The castle's spirit is speaking for them. Qin Feiyang stared at the boy and frowned. Really? No way. You must have heard wrong. After the boy finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He really ran faster than a rabbit. But what did the castle's spirit mean? First, it communicated with the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts, and now it communicated with the boy, but it didn't communicate with him. It's poisonous. Sigh. Qin Feiyang shook his head, looked at the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts, and smiled. I was forced to do that just now, I hope you don't take it to heart. It's okay, I understand. The Sunset Divine Bow said. But I'm really curious, what kind of place is this source land? Why do you want to go to this source land? Qin Feiyang said. This matter, you'll understand in the future. In short, we can help you now. The Sunset Divine Bow's spirit hesitated for a moment and said. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. The Sunset Divine Bow's spirit suddenly said, there's another heaven-defying divine artifact sealed in the Black Tortoise world, right? Yes. It's sealed in the Soul-Sealing Valley. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Sunset Divine Bow's spirit said, take us there. Why are we looking for it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The strength of the dragons isn't as simple as you think. If you want to fight against the dragons, you have to strengthen yourself. As for the heaven-defying divine artifacts, each of them has the ability to destroy the world, and are undoubtedly the best help. The sunset divine bow's spirit said. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. So the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts were going to help him subdue the divine artifact in the soul-sealing valley. This was indeed a good thing. Because the heaven-defying divine artifact in the soul-sealing valley had always been like a bomb. No one knew when it would explode. Therefore, it would be best if he could subdue it. This heaven-defying divine artifact is very dishonest. How about this? I'll deal with it first. You guys just stay inside my body and bide your time. Qin Feiyang said. All right. The setting sun divine bow's artifact spirit replied. Immediately, the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts turned into streaks of light and drilled into Qin Feiyang's sea of qi. They entered a self-sealing state and no aura could be sensed at all. A smile appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. He had finally made the 4 heaven-defying artifacts submit to him. In this way, he was more confident in fighting against the dragons. Whoosh! The next moment, Qin Feiyang disappeared. Soul-sealing valley. It was dead silent as always. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the deepest part of soul-sealing valley. A 9-story stone tower stood in the deepest part of the valley. It was completely black and exuded an ancient aura. There were also 2 iron chains on the stone tower. Each of them was as thick as an arm and shone with a dark light. There was a sealing aura on both the iron chains and the stone tower. Qin Feiyang, a hoarse voice sounded. A black figure flew out of the stone tower and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. His tone seemed to be very excited. Long time no see. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. A day outside was 100 years in the castle. It had been more than 100,000 years since he last came to Soul-Sealing Valley. Yes. Thinking back, when we first met, we weren't even gods yet. And now, you've broken through to the early stage of the Paragon God realm. The black figure sighed. Do you regret it? Qin Feiyang asked. Regret? The black figure was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, you lied to me back then. The black figure didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang said, I wasn't sure before, but now, I can guess why you lied to me. Then tell me. The black figure said. You know that the Black Tortoise world is an independent world, so you wanted to take it from me and merge it with the Black Tortoise world. That way, you can become a heaven-defying divine artifact like the castle now. Qin Feiyang said. What? There's already a heaven-defying divine artifact merging with the Black Tortoise world? The black figure was shocked. Qin Feiyang paused for a moment and said, when the castle merged with the Black Tortoise world, there was such a huge commotion. Didn't you notice it? Although the creatures of the Black Tortoise world didn't notice it when the little boy merged, this black figure was the artifact spirit of a heaven-defying divine artifact. Since it was the artifact spirit of a heaven-defying divine artifact, it should have noticed the changes in the Black Tortoise world. The commotion, the black figure murmured. You really didn't notice it? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Many years ago, I did feel that there were some changes in the Black Tortoise world, but I wasn't sure if it was because of the fusion with the heaven-defying divine artifact. The black figure said. Qin Feiyang joked, are you very disappointed after hearing this news? The black figure fell silent again. It seems that I guessed right. That's your goal. Qin Feiyang sneered. What's done can't be changed. Yes, I accept it. I want to merge with the Black Tortoise world. Because this is the only way for us heaven-defying divine artifacts to transform into sovereign divine artifacts. Only by transforming into a sovereign divine artifact can I take revenge. The black figure said resentfully. Qin Feiyang asked, you want to take revenge on the creation god? Yes. There's also the heaven-devouring beast and the ice dragon. They were the ones who sealed me here and made me suffer countless years of torture and pain, the black figure said angrily. Heaven-devouring beast. Ice dragon? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The black figure waved his hand, and an ice dragon and a golden small beast appeared. They are the heaven-devouring beast and the ice dragon. So it's them. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This golden small beast is the heaven-devouring beast. Wait a minute. What is this heaven-devouring beast? Why have I never heard of it? The heaven-devouring beast is the strongest beast in the infinite worlds. Its terror is not something you can imagine. Mountains, rivers, earth, all living things, it can swallow them all in one gulp. Even a great world can be swallowed in one gulp. The black figure said. What? Swallowing a world? Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. He didn't expect this golden small beast to be so terrifying. It could even swallow a world. How unimaginable. Now you know how terrifying the enemy I'm facing is. That's why I wanted to use you to obtain the Black Tortoise world. I had no choice. The black figure sighed. The heaven-devouring beast and the ice dragon are also my enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. All right, I'll help you break the seal. Qin Feiyang said. Really? The black figure was startled and hurriedly said. Otherwise, why do you think I came to you? Tell me, how can I help you break the seal? Qin Feiyang said. The black figure was extremely excited and said, you just need to cut the chains on the stone tower. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 chains tied to the stone tower, took out the azure phoenix sword, and tried to cut it. Clang! Sparks flew. However, the chains were not damaged at all. Instead, a crack appeared on the blade of the azure phoenix sword. It's so hard. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Of course. If it can even cut a legendary artifact, then I don't need your help at all. I can break it myself. The black figure said. Qin Feiyang said, in that case, it has to be a heaven-defying artifact. Yes. My main body is sealed in the tower and can't come out. Otherwise, my main body would be able to break the chains. The black figure said. A heaven-defying artifact, Qin Feiyang murmured. His eyes flashed slightly, closed his eyes, and extended his perception infinitely. Soon, he found Huiyi. Following closely, Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and Huiyi appeared out of thin air. Huiyi suddenly appeared here, and his expression was slightly stunned. Then, he turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, what? Lend me the broken sword. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and smiled. Broken sword? Huiyi was stunned. He looked at the black figure, then at the stone tower, and said in surprise, Kid, don't tell me you want to help him break the seal? After being in the Black Tortoise world for so many years, he had long known of the existence of this black figure. Qin Feiyang nodded. You're crazy. What if he fully awakens the moment he escapes? Wouldn't the Black Tortoise world be destroyed on the spot? Huiyi thought. After the Black Tortoise world and the ancient castle fused, its toughness is the same as the ancient castle. Even if he awakens, he might not be able to destroy the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang transmitted. All right. Even if the Black Tortoise world isn't destroyed, what about the living beings in the Black Tortoise world? Huiyi asked secretly. Once the heaven-defying artifact displayed its full power, none of the living beings in the Black Tortoise world would be able to survive. Don't worry, I'm prepared. The Sunset Divine Bow and the other 3 heaven-defying artifacts are now in my Qi Sea. Qin Feiyang thought. They've already submitted. Huiyi was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. How did you do it? Huiyi asked in surprise. It has nothing to do with me. It was that little boy who wanted them to compromise. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. This little brat is pretty good. Huiyi was speechless. To be able to subdue a heaven-defying artifact, he indeed had some ability. He transmitted, but I still feel that something isn't right. Why? Qin Feiyang didn't understand. Huiyi thought to himself, the might of a heaven-defying divine artifact is not something we can control. Even the Sunset Divine Bow and the others, who are also heaven-defying divine artifacts, would have to spend a great deal of effort to suppress it. Now that you mention it, it seems to make sense. Qin Feiyang nodded thoughtfully and said, but the Sunset Divine Bow and the others seem to be very confident. Of course they're confident. Because they don't care about the life and death of the Black Tortoise world. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. They must be thinking that if this thing dares to act recklessly, they'll directly release the seal and suppress it. Releasing the seal and fighting 4 against 1, they can naturally suppress it. But you know the consequences better than me, Huoyi said inwardly. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. There's no mistake. It must be like what Huoyi said. These heaven-defying divine artifacts were truly cold-blooded and heartless fellows. Luckily, he had called Huoyi over and had held back, otherwise he really would have been impulsive and broken the chains. Huoyi transmitted again, the most important thing is that even if you do everything you can to suppress it, you still won't be able to completely control it. You will have to be on guard against it at all times, and in the end it will only be a problem. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. His words had really woken him up. When he heard the Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit say that it would help him subdue this thing, and when he thought about how he could obtain the help of another heaven-defying divine artifact, he had rushed over in a rush, not even thinking about these problems. Luckily, Huoyi had reminded him in time. It seemed that from now on, no matter how tempting the situation was, he had to maintain a clear mind and reason. You too. The Black Shadow looked at the two of them suspiciously. Weren't they going to help him release the seal? Why weren't they doing anything? Chapter 2503. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly, looked at the Black Shadow, and said, "Let's talk about unlocking the seal later." After saying that, he disappeared without a trace with Huoyi, leaving the Black Shadow standing alone in the void in a daze. Wasn't this playing with him? Fun? He was extremely depressed in his heart. Herb Field, Fire Lotus and the others were still busy. Huoyi looked at everyone and speechlessly looked at Qin Feiyang. "I didn't expect you to be so impulsive." Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. Huoyi said, "Sunset Divine Bow, come out." Swish. 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts appeared. Huoyi said, "You guys are too unreasonable. You actually instigated Qin Feiyang to do such a thing. What's unreasonable? It's you guys who worry too much. If you want to achieve great things, you have to do whatever it takes." The Sunset Divine Bow's artifact spirit looked down on Qin Feiyang and Huoyi. Huoyi rolled his eyes and coldly snorted, "People of different paths can't work together. Being indecisive makes it difficult to achieve great things." The artifact spirit also snorted coldly. Huoyi raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Say that again. So what if I say it? With your little strength, if this sovereign wants to kill you, it's as easy as crushing an ant." The artifact spirit said disdainfully. Clang. Huoyi immediately took out the broken sword and shouted, "If you have the guts, don't unlock the seal. Let's fight for 300 rounds. If you have the guts, put down the broken sword." The artifact spirit said. "Less nonsense. Do you dare or not?" Huoyi said. "That's 3 words." The artifact spirit said indifferently. "Is that the point?" Huoyi roared. "This sovereign is too lazy to care about people who don't even know how to count." The artifact spirit was disdainful. Qin Feiyang looked at Huoyi and the Sunset Divine Bow with a speechless expression. An artifact spirit and a human being could actually bicker so happily. It was admirable. "You guys continue." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he walked out of the castle. In fact, Huoyi and the artifact spirit's bickering was a good sign. Because of bickering, it was easier to deepen the relationship between them. Sooner or later, Huoyi would return the broken sword to his ancestor. At that time, he would no longer have a heaven-defying divine artifact. Therefore, Qin Feiyang sincerely hoped that the Sunset God Bow would fall in love with Huoyi. In this way, Huoyi would have a heaven-defying divine artifact that truly belonged to him. In the blink of an eye. Inside the castle. Half a month passed. Fire Lotus and the others were finally done. Right now, the entire Devil's Land, except for the 4 sides of the border, had become a flat land. They were all planted with medicinal herbs. In other words, now, the entire Devil's Land was filled with medicinal fields. Crystal veins and spirit veins were also spread all over the underground of the Devil's Land. They had already reached saturation. In other words, in the future, he could give the herbs, crystal veins, and spirit veins he obtained to the Black Tortoise world. Black Tortoise world. 3,000 years passed quickly. In the outside world, only 30 days had passed, which was equivalent to a month. For the creatures of the divine continent, a month was just a blink of an eye. The news of Qin Fei Yang and the others looting the major medicinal fields not only spread throughout the entire north, but also caused a huge uproar in the west, south, and east. They actually looted half of the city lord's mansion in the headquarters. Such a crazy move was really unprecedented. As for Qin Fei Yang and Hu Yi, these two names were already well known in the divine prefecture. Everyone knew about them. As for Fire Lotus and the five-clawed golden dragon, everyone knew them, but they didn't know what they were called. They only knew that they were the accomplices of Qin Fei Yang and Hu Yi, so no one paid too much attention to them. But Qin Fei Yang and Hu Yi were undoubtedly pushed to the teeth of the storm. Wherever there were people, they were talking about them. When Hu Yi heard this news, he felt quite wronged. In the end, he was just an accomplice like Fire Lotus and the five-clawed golden dragon. The mastermind was Qin Fei Yang. Why did they want him to be as famous as Qin Fei Yang? People are afraid of being famous, pigs are afraid of being fat. Being famous might not be a good thing, but there was no other way. The situation had already developed to this point. It was also his fault. He was too high-profile before. However, a month had passed. The dragon's emissaries and city lords had already relaxed their vigilance and returned to their respective city lord's mansion. In their opinion, it had already been a month. Qin Fei Yang still hadn't made a move, so he definitely wouldn't loot the medicinal fields again. The white-clothed woman was still guarding the dragon god palace. The blood-red-clothed youth and the other four were lurking in 5 different cities. They were also quite depressed. After waiting for so long, there was no movement at all. Their patience was almost worn out. It was also on this day. Qin Fei Yang walked out of the ancient castle. 3,000 years had passed in the Black Tortoise world, and the Devil's Land had naturally undergone tremendous changes. Now, as far as the eye could see, it was surrounded by clouds and mist. The entire Devil's Land was like the Dragon God Palace, turning into a sea of clouds, like a fairyland. And these clouds and mist were formed from the essence qi of the crystal vein and the energy of the spirit vein. In fact, it was even better than the Dragon God Temple. After all, the Devil's Land was much smaller than the Dragon God Palace. Qin Fei Yang stood in front of the gate of the ancient castle, glanced at the Devil's Land, and took out the image crystal. Buzz. Soon. A shadow appeared. It was Jiang Dafei. Qin Fei Yang said, "Come to the Black Tortoise Mountain." "Yes." Jiang Dafei respectfully replied and immediately set off for the Black Tortoise Mountain. Qin Fei Yang also sent a message to Lei Yibing. After receiving the order, Lei Yibing immediately opened the altar and rushed towards the Black Tortoise Mountain. Qin Fei Yang put away the image crystal, closed his eyes, and extended his perception. Feng Dazhi was cultivating in the cultivation room. 3,000 years had passed in the ancient castle, and his physical body had yet to be reconstructed. This undead realm was indeed a big hurdle. Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan were also cultivating. However, they were not in the ancient castle, but in the medicinal field of the Devil's Land. The two of them sat separately in the medicinal field, their auras stronger than before. Although they had not broken through to the 9th heaven realm, their cultivation had improved a lot. The Fire Lotus was currently in the Desert of Death. As for Hu Yi and the five-clawed golden dragon, the two of them were together, with their arms around each other's shoulders, eating, drinking, and playing in a restaurant. Sure enough, they are a match made in heaven. Qin Fei Yang was speechless. Wait, where were the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts? Why didn't he see them? Not in the ancient castle. Not in the Devil's Land. Not in the Netherworld Sea, Soul-Sealing Valley, Desert of Death. Strange. Qin Fei Yang frowned, and continued to extend his perception. Soon. Qin Fei Yang's eyes were filled with surprise. The Black Tortoise realm had become bigger than before. And this time, the change was particularly obvious. According to his estimation, the 4 sides of the Black Tortoise realm had expanded by at least 1,000 miles. In terms of diameter, it was more than 2,000 miles. If it continued to develop like this, he believed that it would not be long before the Black Tortoise realm's size would be comparable to the northern region. If other places are like this Devil's Land, with a large number of spirit veins and crystal veins, the Black Tortoise realm's growth will be even faster. The little boy suddenly appeared beside Qin Feiyang and said, "Don't worry. There will be soon." Qin Feiyang smiled. The little boy was taken aback and asked, "Are you ready to act?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then let them help." The little boy waved his little hand, and the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts suddenly appeared in the void in front of the two. And the axe and broken sword were also there. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the little boy suspiciously. The little boy said, "Since the sunset divine bow and the others have entered the land of Source, then naturally, we can't treat the axe and broken sword unfairly." Qin Feiyang asked, "So, they have been in the land of Source all these years?" En. The little boy nodded. "I really don't understand. What benefits will entering the land of Source do for them?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "See for yourself." The little boy pouted angrily at the 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Qin Feiyang looked at the 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts suspiciously. They were still the same as before, there was no change. Wait. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly looked at the 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts again. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. The aura of these 6 divine artifacts seemed to be, vaguely, a little stronger. But in the blink of an eye, it seemed that they had not become stronger. Was it an illusion? You can't believe it, right? In these 3,000 years in the land of Source, they have indeed become a little stronger. But this kind of strength is only a little bit, and it is difficult to notice. But it is undeniable that they are indeed becoming stronger. The little boy said, "How is this possible? Other than merging with the world, is there a way to make the heaven-defying divine artifacts stronger?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "There are some things that you can't understand. Do your best. Sooner or later, the Black Tortoise world will become a great world that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient world, or even surpass it." The little boy smiled and disappeared. "Surpass the ancient world," Qin Feiyang murmured, his eyes revealing a firm belief. "Yes. The Black Tortoise world will definitely reach this step." With a thought, Qin Feiyang, Huiyi, Fire Lotus, 5-clawed Golden Dragon, Li Changhe, Wang Daoyuan, and Feng Dazhi immediately appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. Outside, in the valley, Jiang Dafei and Lei Bing arrived one after another. Looking at each other, both of them were a little surprised. Jiang Dafei said with a smile, "It seems that the young lord has made a move again, otherwise, he wouldn't have called both of us here." "Yes." Lei Bing nodded, glanced around, and said, "Young lord, don't tell me that you have been in this Black Tortoise Mountain for the past month without leaving?" "Maybe," Jiang Dafei said. Swish. Before his voice faded, Qin Feiyang appeared in the sky above the valley with Fire Lotus and the others. "Sure enough, you have been in Black Tortoise Mountain all this time." The two looked at each other, immediately flew up and bowed. "I'll have to trouble you to lead the way again." Qin Feiyang looked at the two and smiled. The two hurriedly said, "This is what we should do." "All right then, the same old rules. Change your appearance and split into 4. The only difference is that I won't be traveling with you." Qin Feiyang said. "Qin Dage, where do you plan to go?" Fire Lotus looked at him suspiciously. 5-clawed Golden Dragon stared at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Was he really going to go to the inner sea alone? "I'm going to the inner sea," Qin Feiyang said. "What?" Everyone's expression changed. Hearing this, 5-clawed Golden Dragon could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This young lord was really a man of his words. "Young lord, you're going to the inner sea alone? Don't joke, that's the nest of the dragons." "We don't agree," Jiang Dafei and Lei Bing said. "I don't agree either." Fire Lotus also shook her head. They all knew what kind of place the inner sea was. Not to mention Qin Feiyang going alone, even if everyone went together, they would be courting death. Chapter 2504. Don't worry, I'm just going to check if the ancestral dragons are lurking in the north. If there's danger, I'll leave immediately. Qin Feiyang smiled comfortingly. "Instead, you're comforting us." Everyone was speechless. However, They didn't say anything more, because Qin Feiyang wouldn't change his decision because of them. He was such a person. Feng Dazi suddenly said, "Young master, I might have some problems here." "What's the problem?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Feng Dazi said, "My body hasn't been rebuilt, so I don't have a sea of qi, so I can't accommodate those medicine fields." Qin Feiyang was taken aback, looked at Lei Bing and asked, "Do you have a space divine object?" "Yes. But the space is very small," Lei Bing said. Qin Feiyang frowned. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind, and with a wave of his hand, Madman appeared out of thin air. "What's wrong?" Madman was suspicious. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Do me a favor, Feng Dazi and Lei Bing don't have a large space divine object, so I'll accompany you." "I see." Madman nodded and said, "But you've been to my space divine object, and the space isn't big either. Can you stop pretending? Your space divine object isn't big, but what about behind those stone doors? It shouldn't be that simple," Qin Feiyang said. Madman raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Okay, I'll accompany them. Anyway, I haven't had a good look around since I came to Divine Land. This isn't going shopping, we have to end it quickly. This time, you should do it secretly as much as possible, and try to kill all the remaining city lords at once," Qin Feiyang said. Jiang Dafei said, "Then should we inform our people lurking in the various city lords' mansions and let them leave first, so as not to hurt them?" "Yes, we need to inform them in advance. You guys send them a message one by one now, I'll go first. When you sense the aura of the heaven-defying divine artifact, you can start to act." With that said, Qin Feiyang activated a transmission altar. "Qin Dage, bring the axe." Fire Lotus hurriedly took out the axe and handed it to Qin Feiyang. "Bring the broken sword as well." Huo Yi waved his hand, and the broken sword flew towards Qin Feiyang. This, Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He smiled and said, "You should keep it, just in case. We're not in any danger, so why bring them along? And with you leading them, we can rest assured." Fire Lotus said. "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded, put away the axe and broken sword, and stepped onto the altar without looking back. However, Fire Lotus was still very worried. "All right. 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts have submitted. Including the broken sword and axe, that makes 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Besides, he has the gate of space and time. Don't worry, he will be fine." Huo Yi laughed. "I hope so," Fire Lotus muttered. At the same time, Jiang Dafei and Lei Bing took out the image crystal and sent a message to the people lurking in the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, the sky was already bright. But the sky seemed a little dim. Thick dark clouds covered the sun, as if it was the eve of a storm. In the inland sea, the waves were rolling and the sound of the waves was deafening. Not far from the coast, a white figure descended on a mountain ridge. It was Qin Feiyang. He did not hide his identity, because he was here to be bait. If he hid his identity, it would not be of any use. Qin Feiyang stood in the sky and looked at the inland sea. Sea beasts could be seen everywhere, but not a single dragon could be seen. "Let's just collect some blood," Qin Feiyang whispered. With blood, he would be able to activate the slaughter domain. Only by activating the slaughter domain would he have the ability to fight against the dragons. Although the sea beasts in the area near the Dragon God mountain range were almost all killed last time, there was no lack of sea beasts in the sea area. After killing an area, a large number of sea beasts would soon come. As for blood, it could not be stored in the Devil's Land, because the entire Devil's Land was now planted with medicinal herbs. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and entered the Black Tortoise realm. At the end of the Netherworld Sea, he opened up a huge sinkhole to store blood. Whoosh! The waves were rolling and deafening. Clang! All of a sudden, a sword light tore through the sky and blasted into the sea. Roar! Immediately, whales were everywhere. The corpses of sea beasts continued to float to the surface of the sea. Blood dyed the sea red. Following closely, a young man in white, holding a purple-gold broken sword, swept into the sea like a demon god. Wherever he went, the blood and sea beasts' corpses disappeared. The young man was even more unstoppable. Even the sea beasts of the peak ninth heaven realm were like ants under the broken sword. In less than 100 breaths, the sea beasts within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were killed without leaving a single one. The ancestral dragon hasn't come to find me yet. It seems that he's really hiding in the north. If that's the case, then I'll take the opportunity to collect more blood. The young man muttered. With a clang, a rusty axe appeared. This axe was also extremely terrifying. The rust on it seemed to have its own consciousness, emitting a colorful divine light. It looked like a group of beautiful butterflies, covering the sky and earth as they rushed into the deep sea. Roars and screams continued to resound from the bottom of the sea. At the same time, the broken sword also released tens of thousands of strands of sword chi into the sea. In the blink of an eye, the sea beasts within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were all killed. One by one, the corpses floated to the surface of the sea. Some of the sea beasts' corpses were as large as mountains. Even if they were already dead, the terrifying power was enough to make people tremble in fear. But these corpses all disappeared with a wave of the young man's hand. If someone was here now, they would definitely be trembling in fear. Was this a human or a demon? What's going on? Why is there such a big commotion? In the distant sea, a group of sea beasts at the peak of the ninth heaven realm rushed out of the sea. Their huge eyes were filled with shock. Look, here's the one slaughtering. Damn it, how dare he come to our inland sea to slaughter? Kill him. When the group of sea beasts saw the young man, they immediately rushed towards Qin Feiyang ferociously. Wait. But suddenly, the sea beast that was running at the front suddenly came to a stop and stared at the young man in bewilderment. He looks familiar. It's him. It's Qin Feiyang. Why is it him again? Go and inform the Beast King. After recognizing the young man's identity, the sea beasts immediately turned around and fled in panic. Stay here. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The tens of thousands of rust charged toward the sea beasts with an aura that could destroy the world. Roar. Along with the sky-piercing screams, the sea beasts died one after another. Their huge bodies were pierced by the rust. Their bodies were riddled with holes and blood gushed out. Qin Feiyang used the walk-word art and flew over like lightning, collecting the blood and corpses into the blood sea of the Black Tortoise world. Not bad. It's enough to activate the first stage of the slaughter realm twice. Qin Feiyang had no sympathy for these sea beasts in the inland sea. Because they were the claws and fangs of the dragons, if he didn't kill them today, they would become his enemies in the future when he fought with the dragons. Beast King. Could it be that another sea beast king has come to this area? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The beast king in this sea area was the five-clawed golden dragon. Since it was a beast king, it must have a half-step undying cultivation. If he could subdue it, forget it. He didn't have time to do that now. He just needed to collect more blood. The axe and the broken sword, these two heaven-defying divine artifacts, were simply unstoppable. Soon, the sea beasts in this area were wiped out again. But Qin Feiyang didn't see the so-called beast king. It must have received the news and fled to another area. Qin Feiyang went to the next area. So far, the blood he collected was enough to activate the first stage 5 times. Qin Feiyang. At this moment, boom, a terrifying aura descended upon the place. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw a white figure descending above the sea area. It was the woman in white who was guarding the Dragon God Palace. You came really fast, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Fast? Actually, it wasn't fast. He had already killed an area of sea beasts. The dragons never thought that Qin Feiyang would enter the inland sea at this time to hunt sea beasts. So, if it wasn't for the Beast King's report, they wouldn't have noticed it. You're courting death. The woman in white was furious. With a wave of her hand, a snow-white thin sword appeared with a clang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the thin sword and said with a smile, "There's no need to fight as soon as we meet. What else do I have to say to you?" The woman in white shouted angrily and immediately slashed at Qin Feiyang with her sword. Humph! Qin Feiyang snorted from his nose. The broken sword flew out of his hand, carrying a bright purple-gold divine light, and attacked the thin sword. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, and a destructive storm was immediately born. The sea area below suddenly surged with huge waves. Axe, unlock the seal and revive. Qin Feiyang shouted. Clang! The axe in his other hand immediately erupted with a shocking aura. And this aura was like a volcanic eruption, crazily soaring. A destructive aura surged out in all directions like an avalanche. Roar! The waves rose thousands of feet high, covering the sky and the sun. Countless sea beasts exploded and died under the terrifying aura of the axe. Blood instantly dyed millions of miles of sea area red. Collect! Qin Feiyang shouted. The blood and corpses immediately turned into a torrent, rushing toward Qin Feiyang, and all of them were collected into the blood sea. In just a short while, he had collected enough blood to open the first stage twice. When the seal of the heaven-defying divine weapon was unlocked, it would destroy the world. If it was not stopped, all the sea beasts in the inland sea would be destroyed. And the axe was still recovering. Its aura became more and more terrifying, and it had already rushed out of the inland sea, crossed the Dragon God mountain range, and rushed toward the Holy Dragon City. What are you doing? The woman in white was shocked and angry. Isn't it obvious? Today, I'm going to fight you dragons to the death. Come on. Don't waste time, unlock the seal of your heaven-defying divine weapon, and let's settle this once and for all. Qin Feiyang raised his head and laughed. That maniacal laughter caused the white-clothed woman to shudder. Qin Feiyang was definitely not going to fight the dragons to the death now. He wanted to gain the upper hand and make the dragons afraid. Chapter 2505. Swoosh. Another 5 figures descended. It was the blood-red youth and the other 4. The 5 of them received the message and immediately rushed over. However, when they saw that the axe was recovering, their expressions changed drastically. The white-clothed woman said in a deep voice, "He wants to fight us to the death here." "What? Here? Bastard, don't go too far." The 5 of them immediately changed their expressions and glared at Qin Feiyang. "You're actually afraid? But it makes sense. Divine Dragon Island is in the center of the inland sea. If the seal of the heaven-defying artifact is undone here, I'm afraid that Divine Dragon Island will be destroyed before we even fight." Qin Feiyang sneered. "Don't threaten us with this. If we really fight, not only Divine Dragon Island, but the north, west, south, and east will also be destroyed. I don't believe that you can do such a thing." The blood-red youth snorted. Divine Dragon Island was in the center of the Divine Land. Therefore, if the seal of the heaven-defying artifact was undone here, a full-scale war would affect the entire Divine Land. Qin Feiyang said, "You're so confident that I won't do such a thing?" "Of course. Because you're Qin Baishan's descendant. To people like you, the common people of the world are more important than your own life." The blood-red youth said. "Haha, I've said this a long time ago. Don't compare me with my ancestor. My ancestor is my ancestor, and I am me. I will do what my ancestor won't do. I dare to do what my ancestor won't do. I once slaughtered all the living beings on a continent in an instant. Why would I care about that?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He looked at the axe and shouted, "Continue." Boom. The axe's aura became more and more terrifying. What kind of aura is this? It's so terrifying. At this moment, Divine Dragon City had been drowned by the axe's aura. The sky above the city was filled with people. They all looked in the direction of the inland sea with horror in their eyes. Outside the city. Black Tortoise Mountain. "This is the axe's aura." Hu Yi and the others stood above the valley and looked in the direction of the inland sea. Their expressions were extremely solemn. "Don't worry about Qin Feiyang. Split into 4 groups and move out immediately. You must complete the mission within an hour." Hu Yi retracted his gaze and looked at everyone. Everyone nodded. Fire Lotus took a deep breath and said, "Then let's go." Li Changhe, Wang Daoyuan, Lei Yibing, and Jiang Dafei had already changed their appearances in advance. The 5-clawed golden dragon and madman also concealed their identities. As soon as Fire Lotus finished speaking, Li Changhe and the other 3 immediately took out the teleportation altar. After the altar was opened, a group of people stepped onto the altar with murderous intent. Inland sea. The wind howled and the waves surged. The sea beasts fled in terror, but in the end, all the sea beasts within a radius of tens of millions of miles were killed by the divine might of the axe. As far as the eye could see, it had turned into a sea of blood. When the 6 ancestral dragons heard Qin Feiyang's words, they fell silent. Indeed. Although this child was the descendant of Qin Batian, his personality was different from Qin Baishan's. Because for Qin Batian, even the sea beasts wouldn't massacre so wantonly. What are you still hesitating for? I am standing in front of you, make your move. Qin Feiyang glanced at the surrounding sea, looking at the blood-stained seawater and the floating sea beasts' corpses. He felt as if there was a stabilizing needle in his heart. This blood, in addition to the blood collected before, was almost enough to open the 3rd stage. The power of the 3rd stage was comparable to unlocking the seal of a heaven-defying divine artifact. Therefore, even if the 6 ancestral dragons really made their move, he wasn't afraid. Of course. He couldn't really make his move. Because it would implicate too many innocent creatures. Now. He just wanted to show his strong side and restrain the 6 ancestral dragons, to buy enough time for Hue Yi and the others. But in the face of Qin Feiyang's clamor, the 6 ancestral dragons were indifferent. They were also sure that they didn't dare to start a war with Qin Feiyang here. The Divine Dragon Island was the foundation of the dragons, the ancestral land. It could be said that everything about the dragons was on the Divine Dragon Island. If the Divine Dragon Island was destroyed, then even if they killed Qin Feiyang, the dragons would suffer a great loss. Swish. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang grabbed the axe and the broken sword, turned around and swept towards the sea ahead. Wherever he went, the blood and sea beasts' corpses disappeared. Stop him! The woman in white shouted. The thin sword in her hand flew out, cutting through the sky like lightning, slashing towards Qin Feiyang's back. Axe! Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. The axe also immediately flew out of his hand, chopping towards the thin sword. Clang! The 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts collided. The destructive aura suddenly swept in all directions. And at the same time, the separated rust quickly swept in front of Qin Feiyang, forming a colorful enchantment to protect Qin Feiyang. Because the destructive force of the collision of the 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts was not something that Qin Feiyang could withstand. If he didn't protect himself, he would be smashed into pieces in an instant. After the collision of the 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts, the thin sword was immediately sent flying back to the woman in white. After all, the thin sword had not been unsealed or awakened, so it was naturally no match for the axe. Swish! But at the same time, the young man in red and the other 4 moved together, surrounding Qin Feiyang in the middle. Is this interesting? Why don't we go to the Star River and fight? No matter what you want to do, I'll accompany you to the end, the young man in red said. I'm not going. I want to stay here. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What a joke. There was blood in the Star River. Without blood to activate the 3rd stage of the slaughter, wouldn't they be beaten up? Don't go too far. The 6 of them were furious, but there was nothing they could do. I'm going too far. That's not right. Who's the one who enslaved humans? It's you guys. And who's the one who schemed against me and tried to kill me time and time again? It's also you guys. And now you're saying that I'm going too far. Don't you have any shame? Qin Feiyang's face was full of sarcasm. The 6 of them looked gloomy. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, why don't you go and ask Revered Dragon whether you want to fight with me? Do you really want to fight with me, the dragons? Swish. A bone-chilling voice sounded as Revered Dragon descended from the sky. Greetings, Lord Revered Dragon. The 6 ancestral dragons bowed. Qin Feiyang looked up and said with a smile, you're quite fast. Revered Dragon ignored him and asked again, let me ask you, do you really want to fight with me, the dragons? Qin Feiyang frowned. What did this old witch mean? Did she want to fight to the death? Answer me. Revered Dragon shouted. His words carried a great pressure, as if the ruler of this world had descended. So what if I do? Qin Feiyang also lost his temper and looked coldly at revered dragon. He didn't believe that revered dragon would ignore the safety of Divine Dragon Island and order a war with him. Very well. Your courage is commendable. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Revered dragon said word by word. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Was this old witch crazy? Did she really not care about Divine Dragon Island? Lord Revered Dragon, this is not child's play. Please think twice. The six of them also had a change of expression as they exclaimed. Revered Dragon looked at the six of them and was unmoved. He lowered his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, arrogant, huh? Alright, I'll show you the true foundation of us, the dragons. The true foundation? Qin Feiyang was surprised. A trace of bewilderment crept onto the faces of the six youths when they heard this. Suddenly, the six of them seemed to have thought of something and looked at Revered Dragon in shock. They said in unison, Lord, you're not going to. Qin Feiyang immediately looked at the six of them. Looking at their shocked expressions, could it be something more terrifying than a heaven-defying divine artifact? Revered Dragon didn't speak again. Suddenly, she turned and looked in the direction of Divine Dragon Island. Her expression was extremely respectful and pious as she shouted, Sovereign Divine Realm, open. Her voice was like a bell that shook the sky. Sovereign Divine Realm? Qin Feiyang stared blankly. Just what was it that even Long Zun's attitude became so pious? At the same time, in the center of the inland sea, there was a huge island. The size of the island was comparable to the current Black Tortoise world. The mountain range was undulating and the vegetation was lush. It was majestic and magnificent. In the center of the island, there was an especially tall mountain that was surrounded by clouds and mist. It was like a celestial mountain. As Revered Dragon's voice sounded, the celestial mountain suddenly erupted with a dazzling milky white divine light. At the same time, a mighty aura surged out like a torrent. Why did the sacred mountain awaken? Could it be that a strong enemy came to Divine Dragon Island? There were countless people on the island. They were all transformed from divine dragons. At this moment, they all rose into the air and looked at the celestial mountain on the island that was shining with divine light. Their eyes were full of surprise. And that mighty aura and that milky white divine light also surged out in all directions with the sacred mountain as the center. Soon, the entire Divine Dragon Island was covered by the divine light. Then, the divine light condensed into a huge barrier that enveloped the entire Divine Dragon Island. But Qin Feiyang didn't know this. Because it was too far away, he couldn't see it. However, he could feel that vast and mighty aura. Under this aura, even with the axe and broken sword beside him to protect him, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. It was as if a peerless fiend god was descending on this place. Qin Feiyang, you'll regret it. The sovereign divine realm has opened. Even if you want to escape now, it's too late. Today is the day you die. The six ancestral dragons stared at Qin Feiyang coldly. Sovereign divine realm, what exactly is this? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Looking at Divine Dragon Island again, after the giant barrier enveloped the entire island, the sacred mountain in the center of the island didn't stop. That milky white divine light surged out continuously, and with Divine Dragon Island as the center, it surged towards the inland sea in all directions. It was extremely fast. It swept across the sky. Finally, that divine light surged above Qin Feiyang and the others like a tide. Qin Feiyang looked up, and the bewilderment in his heart became even stronger. But that divine light didn't stop and continued to surge towards the coast. About 10 breaths later, boom! Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud sound, the divine light landed on the coast. The next moment, a super-large barrier appeared out of nowhere. If one looked down from the sky, they would see a very shocking scene. This barrier enveloped the entire inland sea. Chapter 2506. The Dominator's Divine Realm, Qin Feiyang murmured. Looking at the barrier in the sky, an inexplicable sense of panic rose in his heart. The 4 sovereigns, 8 divine emperors, and 108 divine generals of the Dragon Slayer Palace are all stronger than you, But do you know why they don't dare to step into the inner sea? The white-clothed woman looked at Qin Feiyang and sneered. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He asked, "Is it because of the Dominator's divine realm?" "That's right. There are 2 barriers in the Dominator's divine realm. One covers Divine Dragon Island, and the other covers the entire inner sea. This is the foundation of the dragons. In this world, no one can break these 2 barriers. Not even a heaven-defying divine artifact with its seal unlock." The white-clothed woman shouted. "What? Even a heaven-defying divine artifact with its seal unlocked can't break this barrier?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "This must be a joke. You're surprised, aren't you? But I don't think you've realized the point. Although the Dominator's divine realm exists to protect Divine Dragon Island and the inner sea, it's also a cage. Especially now that you're in the inner sea. You can't break into Divine Dragon Island or escape from the Dominator's divine realm. And now, even if your ancestors come, they can only stand outside the Dominator's divine realm and watch you die. Even your ancestors don't dare to step into the inner sea. Where did you get the courage to come here again and again?" The white-clothed woman's eyes were full of contempt. The red-clothed youth and the other 4 also sneered. As for Qin Feiyang, other than shock, there was nothing else in his heart. The Dominator's divine realm. Even a heaven-defying divine artifact couldn't break it. How could there be such a terrifying barrier in the world? "I don't believe it. Axe, broken sword, split it," Qin Feiyang shouted. Clang. The axe and broken sword attacked the barrier at the same time. Longzuan and the 6 ancestral dragons had no intention of stopping them. Their eyes were full of mockery. Boom. The 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts slammed into the barrier. However, the barrier didn't even budge, let alone break. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He shouted, "Release the seal completely." Clang. The axe trembled violently in the void, instantly releasing a destructive aura. The entire inland sea began to collapse and sink. All of the sea beasts were howling in pain. However, Qin Feiyang was unscathed under the protection of Sir Rust. Seeing this, the 6 ancestor dragons flew to Longzun's side and took out their heaven-defying weapons to protect Longzun and themselves. The internal sea had fallen into a calamity. The sea beasts continued to lose their lives. Clang. Once again, the axe chopped towards the enchantment. A loud bang sounded, but the enchantment was still the same as before. It didn't move at all. "It's true, even a heaven-defying divine artifact can't break it," Qin Feiyang murmured. He couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. As long as the sovereign's divine realm was not broken, he was like a turtle in a jar, isolated and helpless. "Are you in despair?" Longzun spoke at this time. His words were bone-chilling. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Longzun. The panic in his eyes could not be concealed. Yes. At this moment, he was unprecedentedly flustered. Originally, he was full of confidence that even if the ancestor dragons and Longzun were to attack, he would have no problem protecting himself and escaping. However, he never expected that the dragons had such a terrifying trump card. Longzun said, "Don't you have a space-time transmission artifact? Why don't you give it a try?" "Yes. I still have the space-time gate." Qin Feiyang immediately took out the space-time gate. Longzun and the 6 ancestor dragons still had no intention of stopping him. The blood-red youth even crossed his arms and looked at Qin Feiyang with a mocking expression. "What?" When the divine power poured into the space-time gate, Qin Feiyang's expression froze again. He couldn't open the space-time gate. To him, this was simply a piece of fatal news. Daring to enter the inner sea, the space-time gate was his greatest reliance. But now, even the space-time gate couldn't be opened. Wasn't this completely without a way out? "I'm going to find the Beast Emperor, you guys kill him," Longzun said to the 6 ancestor dragons and rushed into the sky. He actually left the sovereign divine realm without being affected at all. "She can leave?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Of course, Lord Longzun can. Not only Lord Longzun, we can also freely enter and exit the sovereign divine realm. But it's only limited to Lord Longzun and the 10 ancestor dragons. For example, The clan leaders and elders of the dragons can't enter and exit the sovereign divine realm, let alone a human like you." The white-clothed woman sneered. "Only Long Zun and the 10 ancestor dragons can freely enter and exit the sovereign divine realm," Qin Feiyang whispered. There was indeed no way out. Not to mention that Hui Yi and the others still didn't know the situation here. Even if they knew and rushed to the inner sea, they couldn't help him. Wait. He couldn't let Hui Yi and the others come. Because he couldn't leave the sovereign divine realm, but Long Zun and the 6 ancestor dragons could. If Hui Yi and the others rushed over and exposed their identities, Long Zun and the 6 ancestor dragons would definitely not let them go. And with the strength of Long Zun and the 6 ancestor dragons, killing them was as easy as flipping their hands. Because now, the heaven-defying divine artifact was in his hands. But he also knew. If he didn't return, Hui Yi and the others would definitely come to the inner sea to check the situation. So, he had to break the sovereign divine realm and escape before Hui Yi and the others finished their operation. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang slowly closed his eyes. "Are you so desperate that you want to give up resisting? We dragons rule the ancient world and hold great power. All living things must worship us. You dare to go against us dragons? You're courting death." The white-clothed woman coldly shouted. Looking at the snow-white thin sword in her hand, she shouted, "Release the seal." Clang! The thin sword trembled slightly, and a monstrous aura immediately erupted. Seeing this, the broken sword and axe uniformly blocked in front of Qin Feiyang. Under the control of the axe's artifact spirit, the multicolored rust condensed into a multicolored battle armor that covered Qin Feiyang's body. "Qin Feiyang, I know that you must be a little flustered now, but you have to remember, the more dangerous it is, the calmer you have to be." The axe's spirit secretly shouted. Qin Feiyang still closed his eyes and turned a deaf ear. But if one looked carefully, the nervous expression between his eyebrows had calmed down a lot. "We can't be idle." The blood-red clothed youth glanced at the white-clothed woman, turned his head to look at the other 4, and laughed. Clang! A blood-red short blade appeared in front of him, and a monstrous evil aura suddenly surged out like a volcanic eruption. The other 4 looked at each other and smiled. Clang! 4 divine artifacts appeared at the same time. They were a brass shield, a 3-meter-long iron whip, a 3-foot-long black iron rod, and a bronze halberd. "Release the seal." As soon as the 4 divine artifacts appeared, the 4 of them roared in unison. Clang! Clang! The 4 divine artifacts immediately shook in the void, and a thunderous sound was produced. Then, 4 streaks of terrifying divine might rolled out crazily in the sky above the sea area. Heaven-defying divine artifact. 6 ancestor dragons, 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts. This was a terrifying lineup, and it could easily destroy the entire ancient world. Go to hell! The 6 ancestor dragons looked at each other and roared at the same time. The 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts immediately carried an aura of destruction, and they immediately attacked Qin Feiyang, the axe, and the broken sword. At the same time, outside the boundary, in the sky above, Long Zun appeared again, and beside him was a young man in a red robe. This young man looked to be in his 20s, and he was about 1.8 meters tall. Not only was he wearing a red robe, but his long hair was also like flames, dancing in the wind behind him. "Is that him?" The young man in the red robe looked at Qin Feiyang below and asked with a smile. "Yes." Long Zun nodded. "Although it's my first time seeing him, it's not difficult to see that he's indeed a dragon among men." The young man in the red robe smiled. "You're not allowed to use the term dragon among men to describe humans. This is the greatest humiliation to us dragons," Long Zun said. The young man in the red robe was stunned and shook his head. "It's just an adjective, you're too serious." Long Zun raised his eyebrows and said, "I don't want to say it again." Okay. I'll pay attention to my words in the future." The young man in the red robe nodded helplessly. And just as the 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts were about to attack Qin Feiyang, the axe, and the broken sword, Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was no longer the panic from before. It was as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would face it head-on. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts, including the sunset bow, appeared. He said lightly, "Release the seal." Boom. The 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts heard this and directly released the seal. Together with the broken sword and the axe, they attacked the 6 ancestral dragons' heaven-defying divine artifact. Damn it! As soon as the 6 ancestral dragons saw the sunset bow and the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts, their eyes were suddenly filled with rage. Outside the boundary, Long Zun's face shrouded in mist was also full of anger. The young man in the red robe also looked surprised. These 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts actually really submitted to Qin Feiyang? The young man in the red robe looked at Qin Feiyang again with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. First, Feng Dazhi did not hesitate to self-destruct in order to save him. Now, the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts turned to Qin Feiyang and did not hesitate to attack their former companions. What kind of charm does this little guy have? At the same time, Qin Feiyang also felt that someone was spying on him. When he looked up and saw the young man in the red robe, the first thing he thought of was Hui Yi. But after taking a closer look, only the clothes and hair were somewhat similar. The appearance was completely different. But who was this person? Wait. Long Zun just said that he was going to find the Beast Emperor. Could this young man be the Beast Emperor who ruled the Internal Sea? According to the 5-clawed golden dragon, this Beast Emperor had a cultivation base that was not inferior to Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragon. And he also had a supreme divine artifact that could teleport time and space. It seemed that it would not be easy to win this battle. However, this kind of battle must be won, not only for himself, but also for Fire Lotus and the others. Chapter 2507. Boom. 12 heaven-defying divine artifacts collided. A destructive aura roared in all directions. However, even so, the sovereign divine realm did not move. It was indestructible. Sunset divine bow, what is the meaning of this? An angry roar sounded. The short blade that came from the blood-red-clothed youth was filled with a vicious aura that could not be dispersed. Isn't it obvious? We are no longer in the same camp. We each serve our own masters. The sunset divine bow said. Is a mere Qin Feiyang qualified for you to serve? Short blade shouted. I used to think the same as you, but when I really understood Qin Feiyang, I realized that Long Zun is no match for him at all. The sunset divine bow said. Short blade said in a deep voice, it seems that we have to fight to the death. Then don't talk nonsense, let's fight. As soon as the sunset divine bow's voice fell, an arrow condensed out of flames, carrying a destructive aura, shot toward Short blade. Clang. Short blade's edge was also monstrous, madly attacking. The void here was directly smashed into chaos. Qin Feiyang, the armor formed by rust is enough to block the fluctuations of our battle. You must find a way to break the sovereign divine realm. The axe's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind, and then it also erupted with a destructive aura, attacking the thin sword. A chaotic battle began. This was a battle of heaven-defying divine artifacts, and no one could interfere. They had all unsealed and were evenly matched. However, the broken sword was an exception. Because the broken sword's seal was different from the sunset divine bow and the other heaven-defying divine artifacts. The sunset divine bow and the other heaven-defying divine artifacts were self-sealed and could be unsealed at any time. But the broken sword's seal was imposed by an outsider. It had no way to break this seal by itself. The broken sword's opponent was the bronze halberd. Facing the fully recovered bronze halberd, the broken sword did not seem to have much power to fight back and was defeated. All of this. Qin Feiyang saw it all. If this continued, the one who lost in the end would definitely be him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang looked at the broken sword and said, "Hold on." As soon as he finished speaking, he resolutely turned around and executed the movement character formula as he flashed towards the distant sea. "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing this, the 6 ancestral dragons roared and charged towards Qin Feiyang. Whether it was cultivation or speed, they were far superior to Qin Feiyang. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them had caught up to Qin Feiyang and surrounded him. Of course, They knew what Qin Feiyang was going to do. Activate the slaughter domain. Knowing the might of the slaughter domain, they naturally wouldn't give Qin Feiyang this opportunity. Are you that afraid of me activating my slaughter domain? Qin Feiyang sneered. Cut the crap and die. The blood-red-clothed teenager slapped at Qin Feiyang. When he thought of the grievances he had suffered during this period of time, the anger in his heart could not be suppressed. Divine power surged out. The young man was like a devil god, and he was filled with a monstrous baleful aura and vicious aura. Boom! His palm slapped on Qin Feiyang's armor. Puff! Qin Feiyang's body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he took a few steps back. Although the armor was formed from the rust of the axe, compared to the axe itself, the rust didn't seem that strong. However, it also helped Qin Feiyang block the power of the palm, so his life wasn't in danger. But just as Qin Feiyang retreated, the white-clothed woman standing behind him also slapped at Qin Feiyang's back. Puff! Qin Feiyang spat out another mouthful of blood and staggered forward. The other ancestral dragon standing in front of Qin Feiyang also immediately attacked. Facing the 6 ancestral dragons, he didn't have the strength to fight back at all. Like a ball, he was sandwiched in the middle by the 6 ancestral dragons and kicked around. I'd like to see how long your armor can last. An old woman shouted and kicked Qin Feiyang's body. This old woman was wearing a long green robe. Her wrinkled face was filled with hostility. She was the ancestral dragon of the wood dragon race. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything from the beginning to the end and looked at the 6 of them gloomily. In the distance, the battle of the 12 heaven-defying legendary weapons had also entered a climax. However, in comparison, the broken sword seemed to be in a sorry state. Qin Feiyang glanced at the broken sword before looking at the 6 ancestral dragons again and smiled sinisterly. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang disappeared. The 6 ancestral dragons were shocked. Was he going to reveal the ancient castle? Longzuan raised his brows as well and his eyes emitted a milky white light. Immediately, he saw the ancient castle in the void. The 6 ancestral dragons looked up at Longzuan with killing intent in their eyes and shouted, "Sir, lead us into the ancient castle." However, Longzuan didn't respond. Because she didn't know that the ancient castle was sealed, she wasn't confident. Swoosh. However, it was only for a moment. Qin Feiyang appeared again. The battle armor formed by rust was still there. He wore a battle sword and stood in the killing zone, holding a blood-colored sword in his hand. How is it so fast? The 6 ancestral dragons were surprised. Is it surprising that the ancient castle has a 1 day and 100 years time array? Qin Feiyang sneered. He slashed at the blood-robed youth. What? 1 day and 100 years? The 6 ancestral dragons were dumbfounded. Longzuan and the youth in red were also shocked. The blood-colored sword arrived and the blood-robed youth screamed as his body was cut in half on the spot. Blood splattered across the sky. A blood dragon immediately materialized. This was the true body of the blood-robed youth, a blood dragon. Although this blood is only enough to activate the 2nd stage, it's more than enough to kill you. Qin Feiyang whispered and slashed at the white-robed woman again. Retreat. The white-robed woman shuddered and immediately took the blood-robed youth's body out of the sovereign divine realm. The other 4 ancestral dragons also didn't dare to delay and escaped from the sovereign divine realm. They stood beside Longzuan and stared at Qin Feiyang in horror. So this is the killing zone, even the ancestral dragons can't fight back. It's indeed worthy of its reputation. The youth in red whispered. So what? No matter how powerful the killing zone is, it can't break the sovereign divine realm. Such a heaven-defying technique must have its flaws, such as a time limit. Once the time is up, killing him will be as easy as flipping my hand. Longzuan said indifferently and waved his hand. A milky white divine light entered the blood dragon's body and the body that was cut in half began to heal. That's right. Qin Feiyang, if you can break the sovereign divine realm, come out and kill us. If you can't break it, then we have all the time to waste with you. The white-robed woman looked down at Qin Feiyang and sneered. Qin Feiyang ignored her and Longzuan and turned to look at the broken sword. Although the broken sword was still fighting tenaciously, there were many cracks on the blade. There were also a few cracks on the sword. Blood. I need a large amount of blood. Qin Feiyang suddenly roared and a terrifying suction force erupted from his body. Suddenly, a strong wind whistled in the void. Blood from the sea in the distance flowed toward them like a river of blood. However, at this moment, Longzuan took a step into the sovereign divine realm and pointed at the sky. The river of blood immediately turned into nothingness in the void. Do you think I'll give you a chance to absorb blood? Longzuan looked coldly at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang wasn't surprised, because when the 6 ancestral dragons descended, he had already expected such an outcome. The confrontation of the 12 heaven-defying divine weapons had almost killed all the sea beasts in the inner sea. The entire inner sea had turned into a sea of blood. For Qin Feiyang, it was a treasure. However, Longzuan and the 6 ancestral dragons who had seen the power of the slaughter domain would definitely not let him get what he wanted. In other words, faced with the boundless blood, he could only watch helplessly. Although he had expected this, he was still very disappointed. Because this undoubtedly forced him into a desperate situation. Without blood, without a heaven-defying divine weapon, what can you do? You can't do anything, you can only watch the broken sword shatter. The ancestral dragons kept mocking him. As his voice fell, the broken sword suddenly broke into 2 pieces. The originally bright purple-gold divine light also dimmed immediately. Clang! After the broken sword, the bronze halberd immediately rushed toward Qin Feiyang. No one can hurt him. Fu Tu roared and forcibly unsheathed his thin sword, blocking in front of Qin Feiyang and slashing at the bronze halberd. Clang! Sparks flew and the bronze halberd was sent flying. But in the next moment, the bronze halberd and the thin sword joined forces and attacked Fu Tu. Fu Tu met the attack without fear. What can I do? Qin Feiyang muttered. The broken sword broke to protect him. Fu Tu also faced 2 heaven-defying divine weapons alone to protect him. But what about him? He could only stand here and watch. He couldn't help at all. No. This wasn't how Qin Feiyang should behave. He had encountered so many powerful opponents, but he didn't admit defeat. This time, he wouldn't admit defeat either. Swish! Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and appeared in the sky above the Devil's Land. Boom! Waves of rule force fell from the sky, turning into thousands of strands and shrouding the entire Black Tortoise world. What's that? The creatures of the Black Tortoise world, whether they were humans or beasts, all looked at the sky in surprise. I am Qin Feiyang. I believe everyone is no stranger to me. But there is one thing that many of you don't know. A long time ago, I was the master of the Black Tortoise world. That's right. I am the master of the Black Tortoise world, and all of you are my people. Everything you have was given to you by me. Like the divine treasures of the desert of death. Like the divine items and treasures of the various forbidden lands. Now, I have encountered a powerful enemy. I hope you can help me. I need a large amount of blood. Please raise your hands. Qin Feiyang spoke. His sincere voice was transmitted into the minds of every creature in the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang, the master of our Black Tortoise world. You're joking, right? At this moment, all creatures in the Black Tortoise world were shocked. In the sky above a city, 2 figures flew out from the city. They were Pai Lupi and Theta Wang. The 2 stood above the city, looking at the Devil's Land, their eyes filled with shock. What does he need blood for? There's such a powerful enemy. How powerful is this enemy that can make him so helpless? The 2 were puzzled. Please, everyone. Qin Feiyang's voice once again rang in the minds of countless creatures. Master, how much blood do you need? We will give it to you. Pai Lupi and Theta Wang looked at each other, then raised their hands and shouted at the people in the city. Everyone, raise your hand. Thank you. Qin Feiyang muttered. When he spoke earlier, he had already released his perception. Therefore, he saw everything that Pai Lupi and Theta Wang did. Strands of the power of laws fell, cutting Pai Lupi and Theta Wang's wrists. Blood immediately gushed out. Chapter 2508. Under Pai Lupi's lead, the people in the city also raised their hands one after another. When the law fell, wounds appeared on everyone's wrists. Blood gushed out uncontrollably, gathering in the devil's land. However, only the people in that city raised their hands. The people and beasts in other places thought about it and ignored it. I could have killed you all like last time and snatched your blood. But I didn't do that because I respect you. Please give me some trust. I don't need all of your blood, just half. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded again. These words reminded many of the people in the Black Tortoise world of the past. That time, when the law power descended, all the living beings died. But later, Qin Feiyang used a heaven-defying ability to resurrect them. They still remembered these things. Qin Feiyang is the ruler of our Black Tortoise world. How can we not help him when he's in trouble? Moreover, he gave us so many divine items. In another city, an old man stood in the sky and looked down at the people in the city below. Do you think that if the ruler dies, we'll be able to stay out of trouble? Let me tell you, that's impossible. The ruler is already benevolent. What else do you want? In a deep mountain, a burly man looked at the beasts around him and roared. If we want the Black Tortoise world to be safe, we must help the ruler. Trust me. The ruler is worthy of your help. Do you see the law power? If the ruler wants to, he can kill us all in an instant. Don't be so tactless. People in various places of the Black Tortoise world stood up and called for help. They were the 10 people who had been brought into the Devil's Land by the Fire Lotus and consumed the Chaos Divine Pill. They had seen Qin Feiyang before. They knew of Qin Feiyang's strength and that Qin Feiyang had terrifying divine artifacts and experts by his side. And now, Qin Feiyang was actually asking for help from the beings of the Black Tortoise world. One could imagine how much trouble he was in. All right, we believe him. Raise your hands. Gradually, the living beings of the Black Tortoise world began to respond. The humans raised their hands high, while the beasts raised their claws high. Thank you. Qin Feiyang murmured. Strands of rule force fell, and every living being in the Black Tortoise world had a wound on their body. Waves of blood soared into the sky, enveloping the heaven and earth. After fusing with the ancient castle, the Black Tortoise realm's time law became 1 day, 100 years. Now, it had already developed for hundreds of thousands of years. After so many years, whether it was the number of living beings or their cultivation bases, they had both increased by more than 10 times, or even dozens of times. Therefore, Qin Feiyang no longer needed to exterminate the Black Tortoise world. Everyone only needed to contribute half of their blood. In addition to his current state, it was enough for him to upgrade his slaughter domain to the 3rd stage. At this moment, the blood from all directions gathered into a sea of blood, continuously pouring into the Devil's Land. Qin Feiyang was drowned in blood. Thank you, everyone. I will not forget your help today. I promise everyone that in the near future, I will give the entire Black Tortoise world a great fortune. Qin Feiyang's grateful voice once again sounded in the minds of all living beings. Mother, is this Lord Qin Feiyang really the ruler of our Black Tortoise world? In a small mountain village, a 7 or 8-year-old child raised his head to look at a woman beside him and asked, I don't know. Then how do you know whether he's lying to us or not? He won't lie to us. Because after the last catastrophe, Mother saw him revive everyone with her own eyes. Child, you raise your hand too. A woman raised her hand while rubbing the boy's hand and smiled. Okay. The boy also raised his hand. In the blink of an eye, as the blood continued to pour in, the power of the blood-colored sword erupted like a volcano, crazily rising. This killing intent, this aura, alarmed all living beings in the Black Tortoise world. This is the power of our blood. Everyone was surprised. So their blood had such an ability. Clang. About 100 breaths passed. The aura of the blood-colored sword suddenly rose to another level. The 3rd stage. However, Qin Feiyang had been suppressing the destructive power. Because if he didn't suppress it, the Black Tortoise world would be destroyed. At this moment, because they had lost too much blood, the living beings in the Black Tortoise world were pale and weak. Many of them had fainted. Enough, thank you. Qin Feiyang muttered as the power of laws dissipated. With a thought, the blood that filled the sky suddenly turned into a torrent and merged into the killing zone. Immediately after, without any delay, he took a step forward and appeared in the sky above the inner sea. Outside, only a moment had passed. Qin Feiyang didn't suppress it anymore and the power of the blood-colored sword erupted. What? Long Zun and the others' faces changed. This power, how did it become so much stronger? Where did he find the blood? The Black Tortoise world is an independent world. Do you think that by stopping me from absorbing the blood here, you can win? Let me tell you, I am not fighting alone, there are thousands of living beings behind me. Qin Feiyang roared as he rushed to the side of the axe and slashed at the bronze halberd. Clang! The blood-colored sword and the bronze halberd collided. The bronze halberd was immediately sent flying and a gap appeared on the blade. However, Qin Feiyang was also forced back. The battle armor formed by rust on his body also nearly collapsed. It can't be. It can actually fight against a heaven-defying artifact with its seal unlocked. The youth in fiery clothes was dumbfounded. This killing zone was too heaven-defying. Kill. Qin Feiyang looked at the axe and his blood-colored hair fluttered as he directly clashed with the bronze halberd. Long Zun, are you surprised? Haha, this is Qin Feiyang. The weapon spirit of the axe laughed wildly as it charged at the thin sword. Clang. The broken sword that had been broken into two once again rushed toward Qin Feiyang. It was as if it was telling Qin Feiyang that it could still fight. Qin Feiyang glanced at the broken sword, then glanced at the axe, sunset divine bow, and the other heaven-defying divine artifacts. The blood in his body couldn't help but boil as he laughed heartily. Today, let us slaughter our way to the heavens and make the entire divine prefecture tremble beneath our feet. Boom! The power of the blood-colored sword was still increasing. Because there was still a lot of blood in the killing zone that had not been absorbed. What kind of young man is this? The youth in fiery clothes murmured. In the face of such a desperate situation, he could still pull himself together and fight while bathed in blood. Did you notice? The power of his blood-colored sword is still increasing. The green-robed old woman transformed from wood dragon ancestor dragon gloomily stared at the blood-colored sword in Qin Feiyang's hand. Because there is still blood in the killing zone. If this continues, I'm afraid the scene in the Star River will happen again. The white-robed woman said in a deep voice. Whether it was Longzuan or the other ancestor dragons, they could not help but feel a chill when they thought of the scene in the Star River. Longzuan suddenly said, "But don't you think it's strange?" What's strange? The youth in fiery clothes and the other ancestor dragons were suspicious. Longzuan said, "Until now, the ancient castle has not made a move." Yes. If the ancient castle is so strong, why hasn't it made a move? Could there be a problem? The other ancestor dragons were puzzled. Actually, you have overlooked an important point, and that is the Black Tortoise world. Just now, Qin Feiyang said that the Black Tortoise world is an independent world, and there are thousands of living beings in it. The youth in fiery clothes said, "You really believe that? Someone like him deserves an independent world?" The other ancestor dragons sneered. The youth in Huoyi said, "But look at him, he's not joking." The great ancestor dragon looked at Qin Feiyang. Was he really not joking? An independent world, if that was the case, then wouldn't this kid be the ruler of a world? Even they, the dragons, did not have this kind of glory. Longzuan clenched his fists and said word by word, "Today, he must die." The other ancestor dragons also nodded. Below, the battle became more and more intense. Qin Feiyang's whole body was spurting blood. And the blood that flowed out of his body was also absorbed by the blood-colored sword. All the heaven-defying artifacts, whether it was Qin Feiyang's side or the dragon's side, were also full of scars. Finally, the blood in the killing field was all absorbed by the blood-colored sword. The power of the blood-colored sword had indeed become a little stronger, but it was not obvious. However, in a battle of this level, being a little stronger could also play a key role. The bronze halberd that was fighting with Qin Feiyang was also more and more shocked. What kind of young man was this? Where did he get such a heaven-defying artifact from? No matter how strong you are, You won't be a match for this sovereign. Because this sovereign has already unlocked the seal. The bronze halberd spirit said contemptuously, and a black energy burst out. Qin Feiyang's eyes instantly fell into darkness. And not only his vision, he felt that his hearing, perception, and so on were also gradually disappearing. Qin Feiyang was surprised and did not hesitate to slash with his sword, but the blood-colored sword was unable to split the black energy. Die. The bronze halberd took the opportunity to kill Qin Feiyang. And it was also at this moment that the axe swept to Qin Feiyang's side, and a five-colored force gushed out. When this five-colored force appeared, the black energy automatically disappeared. Qin Feiyang's vision, hearing, and perception were restored. Looking at the bronze halberd, he did not hesitate to hold the blood-colored sword and slashed out. Clang! The two retreated again. The bronze halberd immediately shouted at the axe, "Don't meddle in other people's business." Humph! The axe coldly snorted, and said, "Qin Feiyang, this is the power of its law of darkness, it can seal the sensory ability of the five senses." The power of law? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. After unlocking the seal, the heaven-defying artifact's power of law is extremely terrifying, your blood sword can't break it. Be careful. Fu Chu warned and continued to fight with the thin sword. Chapter 2509. The Power of Law. Qin Feiyang looked at the bronze halberd. Although he still did not understand the power of law, he believed that no power in the world could be invincible. "I won't give that broken axe a second chance to help you." The bronze halberd roared, and the power of law appeared again. Qin Feiyang's senses were sealed again. Qin Feiyang simply closed his eyes. The power of law could seal his senses, but it could not seal his heart. Slowly feel, slowly capture, he would definitely be able to capture it. Let's see who can save you this time. The bronze halberd shone brightly, like a graceful swan, and shot towards Qin Feiyang's forehead. And all of this. Qin Feiyang was not aware of it at all. Beside his ears and in front of his eyes, there was only dead silence. However, in this state, Qin Feiyang seemed to understand some truths. Darkness only blinded the eyes. And what the eyes saw might not be true. Illusion, illusion. Heart. The heart was the brightest pair of eyes of all living things in the boundless universe. The heart was clear, and nothing could deceive you. As long as the heart was not confused, and there was no despair, then it would definitely be able to push aside the darkness and see the light. And this light was not the light that the eyes saw, but the light of dawn that belonged to one's heart, the light of hope. Suddenly, inside the black power that enveloped Qin Feiyang, a ray of light emerged. The light was very weak, almost invisible to the naked eye. But at this moment, the world seemed to have fallen into a dead silence. Whether it was Long Zun and the others who dominated the god's realm, or the major heaven-defying artifacts, they all looked at Qin Feiyang. What was that ray of light? With justice in the heart, the light of a firefly can also illuminate the world. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded. The light became brighter and brighter. Finally, a dazzling divine light tore apart the black power and burst out. As long as there is dawn in the heart, darkness can't cover the heart. Qin Feiyang's voice became louder and louder, like the sound of heaven rolling in the inner sea. As long as the heart has courage, light will dispel all darkness. Light, like a raging fire. Light, like the righteous energy. Light, like a bright lamp, illuminates life. Light is the foundation of the universe. It guides all things in the world and steps on the path forward. His voice grew louder and louder as it reverberated in the void, seeming somewhat ethereal. Yes. Where there is darkness, there is light. Light is the indelible flame of hope in the hearts of all beings in the world. The last sentence was like a thunderclap that exploded in the sky above the inner sea. The light within the black energy instantly soared to a terrifying degree. It was like a scorching sun, making Long Zun and the others unable to look directly at it. Thank you for allowing me to understand the mysteries of light through the law of darkness. This should be the law of light, right? Qin Feiyang took a step forward. The light converged and turned into a thumb-sized flame that floated in his palm. The flames were pure white and exuded a holy aura. Moreover, it also contained an invisible will. What? Long Zun and the others stared at the flame in Qin Feiyang's palm in disbelief. The weapon spirits of the 12 heaven-defying artifacts were also extremely shocked. He had actually used the law of darkness to comprehend the law of light. This was too unbelievable. A mere peerless god could comprehend the law of light. This was not a joke. Setting aside the heaven-defying artifacts, the people here included Long Zun, the Beast Emperor, and the 6 ancestor dragons. Their cultivation levels had all stepped into the imperishable realm. But apart from Long Zun, who else could comprehend the law of light? To the living beings of the world, the law of light was a power that surpassed everything. It was an unattainable dream. But now, they had personally witnessed a young man who was much weaker than them comprehending the law of light. Just how terrifying is this boy's talent, comprehension, and potential? Is this why the Sunset Bow and the others chose to follow him? The fiery-robed youth murmured. A mere peerless god had actually comprehended the law of light. How shocking was this? This boy was indeed the greatest threat to the dragons. Lord Long Zun, you must kill him. This boy cannot be left alive. At all cost. The 6 ancestor dragons roared. The young man in red had also recovered from his injuries. He looked at Qin Feiyang with murderous intent. Phew. Long Zun exhaled deeply. He lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Qin Feiyang, you really amaze me time and time again. Qin Feiyang looked up at Long Zun and waited for him to continue. Long Zun said, Come, my dragons. I will bestow upon you supreme glory. I will also make the decision to betroth my daughter to you. What? The 6 ancestor dragons and the fiery-robed youth looked at Long Zun in shock. The weapon spirits of the 12 heaven-defying artifacts were also in disbelief. Betrothing the princess of the dragons to Qin Feiyang? This was a great honor for the humans of the ancient realm. They never thought that Long Zun would value Qin Feiyang so much. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. He originally thought that Long Zun would kill him at all costs to prevent future troubles. But unexpectedly, he actually wanted him to join the dragons. He even married his own daughter to him. If he agreed, wouldn't he become Long Zun's son-in-law? Becoming Long Zun's son-in-law meant that he would be second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people. This kind of good thing, who knows how many people wanted it? If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't even think about it and directly nodded their head in agreement. And you don't have to sign the fate contract. Of course, I also know that the fate contract can't bind you. Long Zun said again. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and looked down at the white flame in his hand. With a thought, the flame entered his sea of consciousness and floated beside his divine soul. Then, he looked up at the dragons again and shook his head. Your daughter's body is priceless. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of her. Long Zun immediately frowned. Qin Feiyang said again, But what? Long Zun asked. If the dragons can give up ruling the ancient realm and live in a corner, we can be friends. Qin Feiyang said. If they could solve all the problems in such a peaceful way, that would naturally be the best. Impossible. The ancient realm must be ruled by the dragons. Long Zun said resolutely. Qin Feiyang shook his head in disappointment and said, Then there's no room for discussion, let's fight. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and took the initiative to attack the bronze halberd. The axe, sunset bow, and other heaven-defying artifacts also attacked their respective opponents. The battle began again. Clang. The blood-colored sword and the bronze halberd collided, and the destructive aura was earth-shattering. Qin Feiyang shouted, Let me experience the power of your law of darkness again. What are you being arrogant for? Your law of darkness is just at the threshold. The bronze halberd roared, and the law of darkness emerged again. But this time, the darkness could no longer blind his eyes, nor could it seal his senses. Although it's just at the threshold, it's not comparable to a divine artifact like you who relied on others to obtain the law of darkness. Qin Feiyang waved the blood-colored sword and constantly collided with the bronze halberd. The sparks from the collision were as brilliant as fireworks. Clang. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the bronze halberd. How is this possible? The bronze halberd's artifact spirit was shocked. Can't you see it? The power of the blood sword is a little stronger than yours. Although it's just a little, as long as you give me time, I'll destroy you sooner or later. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Damn it. The bronze halberd's artifact spirit was furious to the extreme. As a heaven-defying artifact, it was forced to such an extent by a human with only the cultivation of a god. It was simply a great shame. Clang. At this moment, a crack appeared on the thin sword that had clashed with the axe. How could this be? The sword's artifact spirit turned pale with fright. Sorry, but my strength has now surpassed yours. As Qin Feiyang said, although it's only a little, as long as I have enough time, I'll destroy you sooner or later. The axe's artifact spirit sneered. Impossible. A heaven-defying artifact can become stronger. The sword's artifact spirit roared. Boom. Clang. Before its voice died away, the yellow shield, the 3-meter-long iron whip, the blood-colored dagger, and the 3-foot-long iron rod, these 4 divine artifacts, under the indiscriminate bombardment of the sunset divine bow and the other 3 heaven-defying artifacts, had a crack one after another. How could this be? The artifact spirits roared in disbelief. The sunset divine bow's artifact spirit said, "Isn't it simple? Because we've all become stronger." Impossible. How long have you been following Qin Feiyang? Besides, what ability does he have to make you stronger? The bronze halberd's artifact spirit roared. Haha, didn't you hear that the Black Tortoise world lasts 100 years and is an independent world? In the thousands of years in the Black Tortoise world, we've been cultivating in the land of origin. The sunset divine bow's artifact spirit laughed. The land of origin, the artifact spirits exclaimed. The land of origin, since there's a land of origin, it means that the Black Tortoise world is really an independent world. The fiery-robed youth muttered. Hearing this, the 6 ancestral dragons' bodies and minds trembled. An independent world. How could this little bastard's luck be so good? A terrifying slaughter domain, an independent world, and that shocking talent and comprehension. Why did the heavens like him so much? All the good things were given to him. How about it? Do you guys want to join Qin Feiyang as well? I guarantee that you'll be able to enter the land of origin. The sunset divine bow's artifact spirit said to the sword and the other 4 heaven-defying artifacts. The 6 heaven-defying artifact spirits fell silent. To these heaven-defying divine artifacts, the land of origin was an irresistible question. Lord Dragon Sovereign, quickly think of a way, or they'll betray us. Seeing this, the white-robed woman hurriedly shouted. The blood-robed youth and the other 4 were also extremely anxious. The betrayal of the 4 heaven-defying artifacts, including the sunset divine bow, was already a great loss to the dragons. If even the sword and the other 4 heaven-defying artifacts betrayed them, then the dragons would really suffer a great loss. This was because a heaven-defying divine artifact could play an absolute role in any force. Chapter 25:10. However, Long Zun remained silent. But at the same time, hearing the words of the sunset divine bow's spirit, Qin Feiyang's heart couldn't help but move. If these 6 heaven-defying artifacts also betrayed the dragons, that would be a great thing for him. Because in this way, the dragons wouldn't even have a single heaven-defying artifact in the future. The strength of the dragons would plummet, while his strength would skyrocket. Qin Feiyang said, "I promise, as long as you abandon the dark and join the light, I promise to let you enter the land of source." What he said was undoubtedly more convincing than what the sunset divine bow's spirit said. Because he was the master of the Black Tortoise realm. When the 6 heaven-defying artifacts heard this, they became more and more tempted. The axe artifact spirit also said, "This opportunity knocks but once. You must think it through." Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted. Qin Feiyang was shocked and raised his head to look at Long Zun. In front of this sovereign, you instigated them to betray this sovereign. It seems that you really don't put this sovereign in your eyes. For the last time, this sovereign will ask you one more time, do you want to join my dragons? Long Zun lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said coldly, "If our paths are different, we can't work together." Qin Feiyang said. "All right." Long Zun's killing intent suddenly surged. He raised his head to look at the divine dragon island and said sincerely, Please kill this child. Boom. His voice fell. Accompanied by a loud explosion, a milky white divine light swept out from the sacred mountain. Whoosh. The divine light contained a world-destroying divine power, shattering the sky and rushing over like lightning. Qin Feiyang's face suddenly sank. Because at this moment, he clearly felt that there was a terrifying aura firmly locked onto him. What is this? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The 12 law-defying artifacts stopped fighting too. They trembled slightly as if they were trembling in fear. Not good. This aura. It has already surpassed the heaven-defying artifact. The axe spirit exclaimed. What? Surpassed the heaven-defying artifact? Isn't that a sovereign weapon? Qin Feiyang felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, his mind rumbling. The Divine Dragon Island actually hid a sovereign divine weapon? But how was that possible? The sovereign divine weapon was a peerless divine weapon that only the creator gods were qualified to possess. As for the dragons, although they were powerful, they could only dominate the ancient realm. How could they possibly have sovereign divine weapons? Could it be, suddenly, a terrifying thought emerged in Qin Feiyang's mind. Is this god of creation also one of the dragons? No. If Wu Tian really belonged to the dragons, why would he give him the ancient castle, Chang Shui, and the 6 words divine formula? Wasn't this the same as nurturing his own enemies? Even a god of creation wouldn't do such a thing to benefit others at his own expense. Qin Feiyang, run! The axe spirit roared. Qin Feiyang quivered and came back to his senses, but when he looked around, his eyes were full of confusion. The internal sea was sealed by the sovereign divine realm. Where could he escape to? Let's try again and see if we can break through the sovereign divine realm. The artifact spirit of the sunset divine bow roared. Kill! The axe spirit shouted coldly. At this moment, the 6 heaven-defying divine weapons, except for the broken sword, were all unsealed. One could imagine how terrifying their combined attack was. And Qin Feiyang also raised the blood-red sword and attacked the sovereign divine realm with the 6 heaven-defying divine weapons. The blood-red sword was no less than a heaven-defying divine weapon, which meant that there were 7 heaven-defying divine weapons. However, even if Qin Feiyang joined in, the sovereign divine realm didn't move at all. It was as indestructible as a rock. The axe spirit roared, "What the hell is this barrier?" Qin Feiyang looked at the sunset divine bow and the other 4 heaven-defying divine weapons and asked, "Do you know? We know that the sovereign divine realm came from the sacred mountain, but what is in the sacred mountain? No one knows except for the dragon sovereign." The artifact spirit of the sunset divine bow said. "Ancestral dragon doesn't know either?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. Only the dragon sovereign knows." The sunset divine bow said. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Since you know about the sovereign divine realm, why didn't you tell me earlier? Because we want to see if you have the ability to break through this sovereign divine realm. But now it's obvious that even you can't do it." The sunset divine bow sighed. "Is this a joke?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "We're not joking. For you, this is a test. If you can break through the sovereign divine realm, then we will truly believe in you." The sunset divine bow said. Qin Feiyang said, "From what you said, you haven't truly submitted to me yet." "Yes. The reason we are helping you now is purely because we want to go to the source land. If you want us to truly submit to you and be loyal to you, it won't be that easy." The sunset divine bow said. Qin Feiyang went silent. Indeed. These heaven-defying divine artifact all had heaven-defying abilities. How could it be easy for them to truly submit to a person? Similarly, the meaning of the 4 heaven-defying divine artifact was also very obvious. As long as he could break through the sovereign divine realm, they would truly submit to him. Break through the sovereign divine realm. Qin Feiyang looked at the sovereign divine realm above and shouted, "I need blood, a lot of blood." "Blood," the axe's artifact spirit muttered. Right now, this area had already been destroyed by the battle. There wasn't even a drop of seawater, let alone blood. However, in the other 3 directions of Divine Dragon Island, there was still a lot of blood and sea beast corpses. "Lend him a hand," the axe's artifact spirit shouted. The divine might rolled out, covering the sky and covering the earth as it surged in all directions. Quick! Right now, he is our only hope. The sunset divine bow's artifact spirit also shouted. The 4 heaven-defying divine artifact also released their shocking divine might, surging in all directions. The white-clothed woman looked at the 6 heaven-defying divine artifact and shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry up and stop them." The 6 heaven-defying divine artifact remained silent. Long Zun said, "Do you want to be destroyed by the sovereign divine weapon?" Hearing this, the 6 heaven-defying divine artifact immediately trembled, and hurriedly rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the other heaven-defying divine artifact. Seeing this, the Axe's artifact spirit roared, "I will do my best to stall them, you guys hurry up." Boom! At that moment, he turned around and charged towards the 6 great divine artifact, shouting, "Although the sovereign divine weapon is powerful, can it compare to the land of origin? Think carefully." The 6 great divine artifact paused for a moment, then continued to charge towards the axe. The land of origin was indeed very tempting, but facing the sovereign divine weapon, they couldn't help but despair. Boom! Clang! The 6 heaven-defying divine artifact attacked, and a few cracks appeared on the axe's body. In just one round, it was heavily injured. Withdraw! At the same time, the sunset divine bow's artifact spirit roared. The divine might that was released immediately swept up countless sea beast corpses and blood, surging towards this side. The broken sword and the other 3 heaven-defying divine artifact were also swept back into a sea of blood. Don't even think about it. The 6 great ancestor dragons attacked, and their divine power blasted towards the blood like a waterfall. Scram! The sunset divine bow's artifact spirit roared. Whoosh! 6 arrows shot out, and the divine power of the 6 great ancestor dragons was immediately shattered. Blood flooded the sky and surged over like a huge wave. But at this moment, the divine light that shot out from the divine dragon island carried an aura that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth. Not good. The Axe's artifact spirit roared, and without hesitation, he threw down the 6 great divine artifacts and slashed at the divine light with all his might. Clang! Accompanied by a deafening loud sound, the Axe's artifact spirit screamed, and its body was torn into pieces. So strong! Qin Feiyang was shocked. The 5-colored armor formed by rust on his body directly collapsed. The 5-colored light also dissipated, turning back into ordinary rust and floating in the void. Too scary. Seeing this, the 6 great divine artifacts couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end, and they hurriedly retreated. Qin Feiyang, this is all we can do. The rest is up to you. Brothers, we chose this path ourselves. It's useless to regret it now. Let's kill. The sunset divine bow's artifact spirit sighed, and without hesitation, it charged towards the divine light. Clang! The broken sword, iron fan, iron hammer, and golden longsword also carried a myriad of sharpness as they followed the sunset divine bow, and like moths to a flame, they charged towards the divine bow. Qin Feiyang looked at the back of the 6 great divine artifacts, and his eyes couldn't help but moisten. The blood covered the sky and covered the earth. Absorb for me. Qin Feiyang roared towards the sky. A terrifying suction force suddenly spread out with him as the center. His entire body seemed to have turned into a blood-red vortex. The wind howled all around. The corpses of the sea beasts were directly crushed by the wind, and even their flesh and blood were absorbed by the blood-red longsword. Clang! Boom! The blood-red longsword trembled violently. With the influx of flesh and blood, its aura continued to soar. Kill! At this moment, the sunset divine bow's artifact spirit roared again. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw the sunset divine bow colliding with the divine light. Clang! There was no suspense. The sunset divine bow broke on the spot, and the dazzling divine light quickly dimmed. The broken sword, iron fan, iron hammer, and golden longsword also charged towards the divine light one after another. Without exception, the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts were also shattered. Even 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts can't stop it. Qin Feiyang murmured. This was a sovereign divine artifact. It was just a divine light, And it could even crush the heaven-defying divine artifacts that had been unsealed. Boom! After shattering the 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts, the divine light didn't stop at all. It shattered the void and charged towards Qin Feiyang. Its aura was also firmly locked onto him. The white-robed woman said, "Even if you get the blood, it's too late." The young man in red and the others also looked at Qin Feiyang with a cold smile on their faces. Sigh. The young man in red sighed. This young man was truly a rare talent. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong path and ruined his future. Otherwise, given some time, he would have become a peerless existence like the revered dragon. Too late. Am I really going to die here? I don't want to die like this. Qin Feiyang murmured to himself. If he died here, how could he face the 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts? No. I'm not at a dead end yet. Qin Feiyang roared. 2 waves of fire surged out from behind him. Clang. A 9-leaf fire lotus and a crimson battle sword appeared in the void above him. That was right. These were the 2 battle souls that he had overlooked. Back then, they could even block the terrifying ice dragon. A divine light from a sovereign divine artifact would definitely be able to do the same. Chapter 25:11. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the beam of divine light shot toward Yu Shangrong. The terrifying pressure caused Qin Feiyang's paws to bleed. He felt as though his body was about to be crushed. However, Qin Feiyang ignored this and continued to absorb the blood. He did not dare to enter the ancient castle. Even the 6 heaven-defying artifacts could not stop it. The ancient castle would not be able to do the same. Most importantly, the ancient castle was now merged with the Black Tortoise realm. If the ancient castle was destroyed, the Black Tortoise realm would be destroyed as well. It would be fine if there was no one in the Black Tortoise realm. However, there were millions of living beings in the Black Tortoise realm. Moreover, these living beings had helped him before. He could not let them risk their lives with him. I believe in you. You can do it, Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. His only hope at this moment was the 2 war souls. At this moment, his body was already cracking. Cracking sounds could be heard. This was the sound of his bones shattering. However, he did not even frown from the beginning until the end. Crack. Just as the divine light was about to envelop him, the 9-leaf fire lotus finally reacted. A loud noise rang in the air. 9 fire lotus leaves fell off. They spread out and surrounded him like 9 shields. Clang. The divine light struck one of the fire lotus leaves. An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. The divine light and the fire lotus leaves shattered at the same time. How's this possible? Qin Feiyang's eyes widened in anger. Back then, even the ice dragon was helpless against the fire lotus leaves. However, a beam of divine light was able to shatter one of the fire lotus leaf. Could it be that the ice dragon was weaker than a sovereign divine weapon? Qin Feiyang found this hard to accept. However, Long Zun, the young man in fiery robes, the 6 ancestral dragons, and the 6 heaven-defying artifacts were extremely shocked. What kind of war soul was this? It managed to block a sovereign divine weapon's attack. They all thought that Qin Feiyang was dead for sure. After all, a sovereign divine weapon was comparable to a creator god. No one and nothing was a match for it. However, at this moment, a war soul. Moreover, it was only a leaf, and it managed to block the divine light. How many heaven-defying techniques was this young man hiding? Qin Feiyang's eyes. Fresh blood continuously flowed into the blood-red long sword, and its power became more and more terrifying. The current blood-red long sword could easily inflict serious damage to a heaven-defying artifact that had been unsealed. The 6 ancestor dragons looked at Longzuan and couldn't help but feel nervous. And they were confident confidenter. They couldn't help but wonder if the dragon clan could really defeat this young man. The fiery lotus fighting soul was already so terrifying. What about the scarlet soul next to it? Revered dragon examined Qin Feiyang closely. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and looked in the direction of Divine Dragon Island. He said sincerely, "The might of a sovereign cannot be offended." At that moment, the sacred mountain on the island emitted a large amount of milky white light, turning into dozens of divine lights, shooting towards them like meteors. The aura of each divine light was firmly locked onto Qin Fei Yang. He won't be able to block it this time, the 6 ancestral dragons muttered. Clang. However, at the next moment, the red sword soul suddenly trembled in the void. Roar. Following that, a flaming beast roared out from the sword soul. At that moment, Dragon Sovereign, the others, and the heaven-defying divine artifacts all looked at the scarlet sword soul and the fiery beast soul. Boom. As soon as the flaming beast appeared, it roared into the sky, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions like a tide. Furthermore, the crimson sword soul was also growing in size. In an instant, a 1,000 feet long giant sword appeared out of thin air, and its sharpness shrouded the world. At that moment, even the sovereign divine realm began to tremble. What? Dragon Sovereign and the rest stared angrily. Sword soul? Beast soul? What kind of war soul was this? It could even shake the sovereign divine realm. Roar. Clang. The flaming beast soul roared, and the red sword soul suddenly trembled. Then, with the power to destroy the world, it shattered the void and blasted toward the dozens of divine lights. There was still a long distance between Divine Dragon Island and Qin Fei Yang's current location. Therefore, the two would not collide for the time being. However, even Dragon Sovereign could not help but feel uneasy when he looked at the sword soul and beast soul. All of a sudden, she lowered her head to look at the 6 heaven-defying weapons and shouted, "Quick, stop him from absorbing the blood." Although she had seen the slaughter domain a long time ago, she still knew nothing about it. Nobody knew how far the slaughter domain would grow in the end. Moreover, whether it was the 9-leaf fire lotus, the sword soul, or the beast soul, they were all Qin Fei Yang's war souls. Only by killing him could all of this disappear. Clang. When the 6 heaven-defying weapons heard this, they revealed their sharpness and shot toward Qin Fei Yang. Qin Fei Yang has already displayed his strength. I'm sure all of you know Qin Fei Yang's temper. I'm afraid the consequences of going against him will be worse than going against Dragon Sovereign. You'd better think this through. The Axe's artifact spirit shouted. When the 6 heaven-defying weapons heard this, they stopped in the air. Kill him now, Dragon Sovereign said again, his voice stern. The 6 heaven-defying weapons trembled and charged toward Qin Fei Yang again. With the 9-leaf fire lotus's protection, you won't be able to kill me. Moreover, the slaughter domain's current power is enough to heavily injure all of you. Following me is the best choice for all of you. Qin Fei Yang snorted coldly as he looked at Dragon Sovereign and the 6 heaven-defying weapons while absorbing the blood. The 6 heaven-defying weapons stopped again. They were conflicted. For them, it was a difficult choice to make. On one hand, there was the ruler of the ancient realm who even had a sovereign divine weapon. On the other hand, there was a rising star. Although his cultivation base was weak and he didn't have a sovereign divine weapon, he had a battle soul that could fight against a sovereign divine weapon. Most importantly, he still had an independent world under his control. The decision they made now would affect them for the rest of their lives. They really didn't know how to choose. As the Axe's artifact spirit said, "If you continue to oppose me, I'll destroy all of you when I upgrade my slaughter domain to the 4th stage. No. I can destroy all of you right now." Killing intent flashed in Qin Fei Yang's eyes. The blood-red sword emitted a destructive light. The 6 heaven-defying weapons shuddered. They were all heaven-defying weapons. Naturally, they could see the blood-red sword's current power. With the blood-red sword's current sharpness, it could easily injure them. What are you doing? Are you really going to defect? You've been with us dragons for so many years. You should know that since ancient times, no one who went against us dragons had a good ending, Longzuan shouted. The 6 heaven-defying weapons trembled and emitted a monstrous aura. They swept toward Qin Fei Yang. Seeing this, a smile immediately appeared on the faces of Longzun and the others. The dragons ruled the ancient world. They were the rulers of this world. No one could change this. Even the heaven-defying weapons had to submit to them. Sigh. Qin Fei Yang sighed. It was a pity. If the 6 heaven-defying weapons followed him, he would have more confidence in facing the dragons in the future. Although it was impossible to defeat a sovereign divine weapon, at least he could easily get rid of Longzuan and the other ancestral dragons. Since they couldn't be used by him, they could only be destroyed. Clang! He waved the blood-red sword. 6 streaks of sword chi tore through the sky and attacked the 6 heaven-defying weapons. However, the 6 heaven-defying weapons didn't meet the attack. They quickly avoided the 6 streaks of sword chi and continued to rush toward Qin Feiyang. You've underestimated the slaughter domain. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. However, right at the moment when he was planning to attack again, the 6 great heaven-defying divine artifacts suddenly scattered. They respectively flew to Qin Feiyang's 6 different directions and surrounded the blood that filled the sky, as well as Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The thin sword spirit shouted, "Hurry up and absorb it. We'll protect you." What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Longzuan and the others were also shocked. Protect him? Did they decide to follow him? This is your decision. Longzuan came back to his senses and asked gloomily. That's right. Compared to Qin Feiyang, you're really too weak. You should know what the land of origin is. But Qin Feiyang let the sunset bow and the others enter the land of origin to cultivate. And you? We've worked for you for so many years, but you never let us enter the sacred mountain. Until now, we don't even know what the sovereign divine weapon looks like. This is the difference between humans. So we've decided to follow him in the future. The thin sword spirit said. Hearing the spirit's words, Longzuan's face that was shrouded in mist was livid at this moment. Haha, you've made the right choice. The axe spirit laughed. The spirits of the sunset bow and the other heaven-defying weapons were also overjoyed. Following closely, they controlled their broken bodies and flew around Qin Feiyang. Together with the 6 heaven-defying weapons, they protected Qin Feiyang tightly. Damn it, you all really deserve to die. My dragons have always been good to you, but you betrayed us. Sure enough, divine weapons like you are all heartless bastard. The 6 ancestral dragons were furious. We've always been in a mutually beneficial relationship with the dragons. How can you say that we betrayed you? Besides, you should thank us. If it weren't for us, would you dragons have ruled the ancient world for so many years? The spirit of the sunset bow sneered. Without you, my dragons would still be the masters of this world. Who can compete with the sovereign divine weapon? Longzuan said proudly. Boom. As soon as his voice fell, in the distance, there was a loud noise that shook the sky. The sword spirit and beast spirit finally collided with the dozens of divine lights. At that moment, the void suddenly turned into chaos. The sovereign divine realm also trembled violently and even distorted. That destructive aura turned into a surging wave that surged out in all directions with an earth-shattering momentum. The void was annihilated. It was like the end of the world. Chapter 25:12. Protect Qin Feiyang. The sunset divine bow's artifact spirit shouted. That surging aura could really be described as apocalyptic. If it were not for the sovereign's god domain, the entire divine land would have been razed to the ground. However, before the sunset divine bow's artifact spirit could finish speaking, Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "You can't stop it. Come to my side." This destructive power was the limit of a heaven-defying artifact's endurance. Apart from the remaining 8 fire lotus leaves, no one could stop it. Unheard of. The 12 heaven-defying artifacts immediately rushed to Qin Feiyang's side. I'll leave it to you. Qin Feiyang looked at the 8 fire lotus leaves and muttered to himself. Swoosh. Boom. The shockwave roared with the deafening sound of wind and thunder. Whiz. At the same time, the 8 fire lotus leaves suddenly burst into flames and released a majestic aura. They linked together and formed a huge fire barrier. The shockwave slammed into the barrier, causing it to tremble. However, it did not shatter. The 12 heaven-defying artifacts heaved sighs of relief. Wait. Look. Although the sovereign's god domain is distorted, it shows no signs of shattering. The sunset divine bow's artifact spirit said in a deep voice. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he looked up. As expected, the sovereign's god domain was distorted greatly, but it did not shatter. Not even a tiny crack could be seen on it. In other words, even the 9-leaf fire lotus leaves and the crimson sword soul could not break the sovereign's god domain. In the distance, in the void, the sword soul and beast soul's aura were majestic as they shattered the beams of divine light. However, the sword soul and beast soul were crumbling bit by bit. Boom. In the end, the sword soul and beast soul disintegrated with a loud bang. However, 6 of the dozens of beams of divine light remained. They were charging toward Qin Fei Yang. Moreover, their auras were still locked on to Qin Fei Yang. How terrifying is a sovereign's divine weapon? Axe and the other artifact spirits were in disbelief. Boom. 6 streaks of divine light swept over like lightning, bombarding the fire barrier. With a cracking sound, the barrier shattered into pieces. 6 beams of divine light bombarded the 6 fire lotus leaves. Immediately, the 6 beams of divine light and the 6 fiery lotus leaves shattered in response. As a result, there were only 2 fire lotus leaves left. In other words, now, he could still block 2 more divine lights. However, no one knew how many more divine lights would appear on Divine Dragon Island's holy mountain. The most important thing was, the sovereign's weapon hidden in the sacred mountain had yet to appear. Just the divine light it emitted was already so terrifying. What about the divine weapon itself? It was hard to imagine. When the sovereign divine weapon made its move, what kind of desperate situation would Qin Fei Yang and the others be in? The axe artifact spirit asked, Qin Fei Yang, you still haven't reached the 4th stage? No. Qin Fei Yang shook his head. Although the power of the blood-colored longsword was enough to crush a heaven-defying artifact, he could feel that it was still far from the sovereign divine weapon. The axe artifact spirit shouted at the 6 heaven-defying artifacts, hurry up and get some more blood now. Boom. It was also at this moment, dozens of divine lights once again appeared on the sacred mountain of Divine Dragon Island, carrying the power to destroy the world, and rushed towards Qin Fei Yang. Damn it. Qin Fei Yang couldn't see, but he could sense it. Because the aura of these divine lights had locked onto him the moment they appeared. It's too late to collect the blood now. Moreover, the blood of this half of the inner sea has already been collected by you. If you want to collect it now, you have to go to the other half of the inner sea. But the distance is too far. Unless you master the laws of space and time and directly travel there, you will be killed by the divine lights before we can get there. The thin sword artifact spirit said in a deep voice. Frankly speaking, they were all beginning to regret it now. They thought that Qin Fei Yang had the ability to fight against the sovereign divine weapon and break through the sovereign divine realm. But the result was not just a little bit. But what was done, and it was too late to regret it. The laws of space and time, Qin Fei Yang murmured. Chang Shui and the demon ancestors Snowflake had mastered the laws of space and time, but these 2 artifacts were not here now. The axe artifact spirit asked, none of you have mastered the laws of space and time? No. The thin sword artifact spirit said. What should we do? The axe artifact spirit couldn't help but panic. The gate of space and time, Qin Fei Yang suddenly said. The gate of space and time? Why did you suddenly mention it? Could it be that it can take us to the other side of the inner sea? You tried at the beginning, but you couldn't open the gate of space and time here. The artifact spirit of the sunset bow said. Indeed, it can't be opened. But at that time, I opened the coordinates leading to the outside. If it's in the sovereign divine realm, I think it should be possible. Give me the coordinates of the other side of the inner sea. Qin Fei Yang looked at the sunset bow and said. The sunset bow had worked for the dragons, so it must know the inner sea like the back of its hand. Are you sure it's possible? The sunset bow artifact spirit asked. We'll know when we try, Qin Fei Yang said in a deep voice. Now it's just a Hail Mary effort. The sunset bow sighed and gave Qin Fei Yang a coordinate. Qin Fei Yang immediately took out the gate of space and time and poured in his divine power. Clang! With a loud sound, the gate of space and time was successfully opened. It's possible. The sunset bow and the other divine artifacts were overjoyed. Let's go. Qin Fei Yang waved his hand and rushed into the gate of space and time with the slaughter domain. The 12 divine artifacts hurriedly followed in. Let's go too. Longzuan waved his hand and the void in front of him split open. Then, he rushed in with the fire-robed youth and the 6 ancestral dragons. At the same time, the dozens of divine lights also stopped in the void. When Qin Feiyang went through the gate of space and time and teleported to the other side of the inner sea, the dozens of divine lights also turned in the air and continued to attack Qin Feiyang. On the other side of the inner sea, the sea water was blood-red and there were countless sea beast corpses floating on the sea surface. The air was filled with the smell of blood that couldn't be dispersed. So much. It's definitely enough for me to upgrade the slaughter domain to the 4th stage. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood-red sea and his eyes were full of fire. He immediately put away the gate of space and began to absorb. The thin sword and the other divine artifacts also began to help collect. Whoosh! Longzuan and the group also appeared outside the sovereign's domain. Lord Longzuan, seeing that there was so much blood below, the 6 ancestral dragons became nervous. They wanted to go down and stop it. However, although the broken sword and the other divine artifacts were severely damaged by the divine lights and their strength fell greatly, there was still the thin sword and the other divine artifacts. The seals of each of them were unlocked. If they dared to enter the sovereign's domain, the 6 divine artifacts would definitely kill them immediately and they would not have the strength to fight back. Don't panic. I don't believe that the slaughter domain can really grow to the level of a sovereign weapon. Longzuan snorted coldly. But in his heart, he was also a little worried. The 10 divine artifacts had all rebelled. If the dragons did not use the sovereign weapon, there was no way they could fight with Qin Feiyang. These damn things. Sooner or later, I will crush your bones and destroy your soul. Staring at the sunset divine bow and the other divine artifacts, Longzuan's eyes were full of hatred. This hatred was even more than the hatred for Qin Feiyang. Whoosh! The dozens of divine lights had also returned to the sky above Divine Dragon Island and rushed toward Qin Feiyang without any hesitation. This is not enough time. Quickly take the blood and enter the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang shouted. The 12 divine artifacts immediately displayed their heaven-defying methods and swept up all the blood and sea beast corpses. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and everyone appeared in the sky above the Black Tortoise world. Quickly! Qin Feiyang roared. Hurricanes roared in all directions and his entire body was drowned in blood. The power of the blood-red sword was getting stronger and stronger. Although the 6 divine artifacts had just arrived in the Black Tortoise world, they were not in the mood to observe and were nervously staring at Qin Feiyang. A day outside was equivalent to 100 years in the Black Tortoise world. As long as they arrived in the Black Tortoise world, they could definitely absorb all the blood before the dozens of divine lights arrived. Outside, Lord Longzuan, you must kill this kid today. 12 divine artifacts. If he escapes, there will be endless trouble in the future. The 6 ancestral dragons were worried. After killing Qin Feiyang, the sunset divine bow and the other divine artifacts would give up. Also, after killing Qin Feiyang, they could obtain the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise world. Not to mention the ancient castle, they had always wanted to snatch it. As for the Black Tortoise world, they did not know that it was an independent world, so they did not pay much attention to it. But now that they knew, as long as there was a chance, they would snatch it. They, the dragons, were already strong enough. If they could obtain an independent world, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. The fire-robed youth glanced at the 6 ancestral dragons and looked at Longzuan suspiciously. Longzuan, why don't you ask the main body of the sovereign divine weapon? If the main body of the sovereign divine weapon appears, it should be easy to kill them. Yes, Lord Longzuan. Ask the main body of the sovereign divine weapon to come out. The 6 ancestral dragons were slightly stunned and looked at Longzuan in confusion. There was also some anticipation in their eyes. Longzuan sighed. The sovereign divine weapon is not something that the main body can control. I am only willing to help because of him. Him? The fire-robed youth was slightly stunned and asked, who is he? Longzuan frowned and said reluctantly, Dragon God. Dragon God. The 6 ancestral dragons' eyes trembled. So it's him. The fire-robed youth nodded and asked, then where is the dragon god now? Why don't we ask him to come back? With his strength, he can kill Qin Feiyang with a snap of his fingers. Don't mention that irresponsible stinky man again. The dragons control the ancient world and have a lot of things to deal with every day. But he doesn't care about anything and only knows how to run around all day. Where is he? Longzuan said angrily. The fire-robed youth smiled helplessly. The 6 ancestral dragons smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that there was someone in this world that Longzuan couldn't subdue? Whoosh! The dozens of divine lights finally arrived. After Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle, his aura firmly locked onto the ancient castle that was floating in the void. You must kill him. The 6 ancestral dragons looked at the dozens of divine lights and roared. Because now, they could only place their hopes on these divine lights. Chapter 25:13. Dozens of beams of divine light shot toward the ancient castle floating in the void with overwhelming divine might. Even the various heaven-defying divine artifacts in the Black Tortoise world felt a great sense of threat. Whoosh! But suddenly, a blood-red figure appeared. It was Qin Feiyang. Clang! The blood had been completely absorbed. At this moment, the blood-red sword looked like it was formed from the flesh and blood of thousands of living beings. It emitted an unparalleled murderous aura. Kill! Qin Feiyang shouted. He held the blood-red sword and charged toward the divine light without hesitation. The remaining 2 fire lotus leaves shot out beams of divine light, protecting him in the middle. Qin Feiyang didn't know how powerful the slaughter zone was now. He didn't even know if it could fight against the divine light. But now, it was obvious that he could only fight to the death. Boom! Clang! Finally, the blood-red sword collided with the first divine light. Heaven and earth lost their color at this moment. The destructive aura was earth-shattering. Poof! Even with the protection of the 2 fire lotus leaves, Qin Feiyang was still sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth. But the divine light was also shattered because of this. Yes, even though he was seriously injured, Qin Feiyang was overjoyed at this scene. The power of the slaughter zone was enough to fight against the divine light. Open! Qin Feiyang shouted. A blood-red armor appeared on his body. Battle symbol art. The battle symbol art could reduce 90% of the attack power. With the protection of the 2 fire lotus leaves, even if he continued to be injured in the following collision, he wouldn't die. You want me to die? I won't die. Qin Feiyang looked up at Longzuan and the others and laughed wildly. Then, he charged toward the divine light like a demon god. Boom! Crack! Accompanied by earth-shattering sounds, the blood-red sword continued to shatter the divine light. As if possessed by the god of war, he was unstoppable. Longzuan and the others couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. What kind of young man is this? Even at this stage, not only did he not give up, he fought even harder. Also, what kind of heaven-defying divine art was this slaughter zone? How could it allow a mere peerless god to have the ability to fight against a sovereign weapon? Wait a minute. Could it be that this slaughter domain wasn't a heaven-defying divine art? It was a sovereign-level divine art. Impossible. Even the dragons didn't have a sovereign-tier divine art, let alone a mere human. However, the scene in front of them made it impossible for them to deny this idea. If the slaughter domain wasn't a sovereign-level divine art, how could it fight against the divine light of a sovereign-level divine weapon? If slaughter domain was a heaven-defying divine art, it would definitely be impossible for it to grow to such a level. It was hard to imagine. Qin Feiyang's face was also extremely pale. Although the blood-red longsword's sharpness could shatter the divine light, and although he had the protection of the battle character formula and the 2 fire lotus leaves, his injuries were getting more and more serious. Every time it collided with the divine light, it would spew out blood. However, his eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't care about his injuries at all. He crazily shattered the beams of divine light. About 10 breaths later, those beams of divine light finally all dissipated. Qin Feiyang was also half kneeling in the air, gasping for air. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was completely pale. At this moment, after this crazy battle, his internal organs had all been shattered. A sovereign-level divine weapon was indeed terrifying. Even if the slaughter domain had grown to such a level, it still couldn't destroy it. Of course. In fact, the biggest reason was his cultivation level. His cultivation level was too weak. If his cultivation level was also at the imperishable realm, even if he couldn't destroy it, at least under the protection of the fire lotus leaves and the battle character formula, his injuries wouldn't be so serious. Yes. In the end, it was still because his cultivation level wasn't high enough. To kill him, the battle character formula and the battle soul were strong, but they couldn't make up for the difference in his body. However, he could still fight. He slowly got up, looked up at Longzuan and the others, and shouted, "If you have the guts, come down and fight." His voice was like a bell, transmitted into the minds of Longzuan and the others. But no one said a word. Because at this moment, their hearts were actually suffused with terror towards Qin Feiyang. Longzuan took a deep breath, looked up at the sacred mountain of Divine Dragon Island, and said sincerely, "Please kill him." Qin Feiyang also looked at Divine Dragon Island. But it was too far. With his cultivation level, he couldn't see Divine Dragon Island. "Please, Lord Divine Weapon." The 6 ancestor dragons knelt in the air, looking at Divine Dragon Island. "I still need blood," Qin Feiyang whispered, looking around the sea. Although the blood-red sword could destroy the divine light now, it was only the divine light released by the sovereign divine weapon. The sovereign divine weapon's body was definitely several times stronger than the divine light. If the sovereign divine weapon personally attacked, he probably wouldn't have any power to fight back. So, if he wanted to defeat the sovereign divine weapon, he still needed a lot of blood, and he still needed to improve the slaughter domain. But now, the entire inland sea had been destroyed in the process of the battle, and there wasn't even any seawater left, let alone blood. Slaughter domain. How much blood do you need to absorb to reach the 4th stage? The 4th stage, does it really exist? Qin Feiyang sighed. How vast was the inland sea? How many sea beasts were there? But even after absorbing the blood of all the sea beasts in the inland sea, he still couldn't reach the 4th stage. This made him suspicious. No. I can't continue like this. Because it wasn't worth sacrificing here. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, raised the blood-red sword, and slashed at the sovereign divine realm. Since the blood-red sword could destroy the divine light, it should also be able to break the sovereign divine realm. Seeing this, Longzuan and the others who were standing outside instinctively retreated. Because they were all afraid that the blood-red sword would break the sovereign divine realm and affect them. "Break for me," Qin Feiyang roared. The blood-red sword slashed at the sovereign divine realm. Thousands of sword chi, peerless sharpness, crazily attacked the sovereign divine realm. The sovereign divine realm trembled violently and twisted, but there were no signs of breaking. Could it be that even the current slaughter can't be broken? No. I don't believe it. Shatter for me. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth, all the power in his body burst out, the blood vessels and meridians all over his body bulged. Crack. Suddenly, a weak sound rang out. At the tip of the blood-red sword, a small crack appeared in the enchantment. What? Longzuan and the others were shocked. Qin Feiyang was wild with joy. Since it could break a little, as long as he put in more effort, he could definitely break this sovereign divine realm. Lord Divine Weapon. The 6 ancestral dragons looked at the sacred mountain of Divine Dragon Island and roared anxiously. That sovereign divine weapon seemed to be hesitating. Clang. But in the end, it still chose to make a move. Accompanied by a loud sound that tore the sky and earth, a milky white sword light swept out from the sacred mountain and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Its aura was also firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. The sense of crisis that this sword light gave him was countless times stronger than those divine lights. It seemed that those divine lights were just the tip of the iceberg of the sovereign divine weapon. The true strength of the sovereign divine weapon was far beyond the slaughter at this moment. The slaughter was unparalleled. Break. Qin Feiyang's heart was also burning with anxiety as he stared at that tiny crack. However, he was already exhausted. That crack not only did not get bigger, but it was also healing. The speed of that sword light was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already swept into this sea area. Qin Feiyang's face was as calm as water. With a thought in his mind, the 12 great heaven-defying divine weapons appeared. Quickly follow me to attack the sovereign divine realm, Qin Feiyang shouted. The 12 great heaven-defying divine weapons, when sensing the aura of the sword light, couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Boom! Without hesitation. The 6 great heaven-defying divine weapons, such as the thin sword, instantly fully recovered. The 6 great divine weapons, such as the axe, were shattered and unable to fully recover, but they still gave it their all. Break for me! Qin Feiyang roared. The blood-red sword and the 12 great heaven-defying divine weapons instantly bombarded the enchantment. Crack! Immediately, a half-meter-long crack appeared. Stop the recovery, quickly get out. Qin Feiyang immediately turned from grief to joy, immediately suppressed the power of the blood-red sword, turned into a stream of light, and shuttled through the crack. The 12 great heaven-defying divine weapons followed closely behind. As for stopping the recovery of the divine weapons and suppressing the power of the blood-red sword, once they left the sovereign divine realm, with the power of the blood-red sword at this moment, and the unsealed state of the other divine weapons, it was enough to destroy all directions. Finally escaped. Whether it was Qin Feiyang or the 12 great heaven-defying divine weapons, there was a feeling of surviving a disaster in their hearts. All of you go to hell. Qin Feiyang looked at Longzuan and the others, and the blood-red sword slashed out angrily. However, Longzuan seemed to have expected this. When Qin Feiyang attacked, he took the fire-robed youth and the 6 great ancestral dragons into the sovereign divine realm. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked down at the crack below. The half-meter-long crack had been repaired. Of course. Even if it was not repaired, Qin Feiyang would not dare to enter the sovereign divine realm again. Moreover, the sword light had also arrived. Even if you escape from the sovereign divine realm, you can't escape the internal sea, because the internal sea cannot open the altar. You have already opened the space-time gate. So, you still have to die. Longzuan sneered again and again. Go! Qin Feiyang roared. Indeed. The internal sea could not be teleported. The space-time gate could not be opened now. Their crisis was not over yet. The 6 great heaven-defying divine weapons, including the thin sword, heard Qin Feiyang's roar and immediately took Qin Feiyang and the other 6 great heaven-defying divine weapons away. You can't escape. Longzuan shouted coldly. Whoosh! Just as Longzuan's voice fell, the sword light swept over, ignoring the sovereign divine realm, and went straight for Qin Feiyang and the 12 great heaven-defying divine weapon. However, this sword light did not seem to want to implicate innocent creatures, so after leaving the sovereign divine realm, it suppressed its destructive power. Damn it! The weapon spirit of the thin sword roared. The weapon spirit of the axe sighed. Qin Feiyang, we have really tried our best, we can only rely on you now. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the sword light behind him that was getting closer and closer, took a deep breath, and said, You guys run, I will stop it. Chapter 25:14. What? The thin sword and the other divine artifacts were shocked. He actually told them to run first. How could there be such a stupid human in this world? According to the selfish nature of humans, shouldn't he let them block the sword while he ran first? But was he really stupid? No. This was loyalty. He would rather take the risk himself than let others sacrifice themselves. This little guy was indeed different from other humans. It was no wonder that so many people, with so many divine artifacts, followed him wholeheartedly. The ones who felt the most were the sunset divine bow, the golden sword, the iron fan, and the iron hammer. The reason for that was because they had spoken to Qin Feiyang about camaraderie. They didn't really agree with the principles that Qin Feiyang said back then. But at this moment, seeing Qin Feiyang step forward and tell them to run first, they finally understood the meaning of this word. So this was loyalty. How touching. Don't hesitate anymore, run, Qin Feiyang shouted. It was better for him to die alone than for them all to die here. No, you should be the one to go. If something happens to you here, how am I going to explain it to Fire Lotus? And the Black Tortoise realm. There are so many living beings here, if you die, they will die too. The axe spirit shouted. You, Qin Feiyang looked at the broken pieces of the axe. Yes. If we go together. If we die together. What's the point of living alone? I can't afford to lose face like this. The Sunset Divine Bow's spirit shouted. Qin Feiyang took another look at the Sunset God Bow, and his heart was also moved. The Sunset Divine Bow said such words, it meant that it had truly submitted to him. Whoosh! The divine light was getting closer and closer. Qin Feiyang and the 12 divine artifacts felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless ice cave. The thin sword spirit said, "Awaken, let's fight." No. If we awaken now, the living beings around the inner sea will be affected. The axe spirit said. The weapon spirit of the thin sword said angrily, "We can't even protect ourselves now, why do we still care about them? If we can perish together with the dragons, it doesn't matter. Either way, there will be losses. But now, the Sovereign's divine domain is protecting Divine Dragon Island. If we fight with the Sovereign divine weapon here, we won't be able to kill a single dragons. The ones who will die in vain will be the innocent creatures of the Divine Prefecture. Not worth it." The axe artifact spirit sighed. "Ridiculous. Don't tell me that we're going to wait for death here for these tiny, pitiful creatures. Qin Feiyang, make a decision. Should we fight to the death, or should we stop and wait for death?" The weapon spirit of the blood-red dagger also roared. Qin Feiyang remained silent. If he had a choice, he would rather die than implicate other innocent beings. But could it be done? He couldn't do it. Since it was war, there were bound to be sacrifices. Qin Feiyang exhaled a long breath, looked at the thin sword and other heaven-defying artifacts, and said, "Awaken. Haha, you have to be so decisive. Because you have to give up something to gain something." The weapon spirit of the blood-red dagger laughed. The axe artifact spirit sighed and didn't say anything more. Because it was Qin Feiyang's decision. Wait. But just as the thin sword and other heaven-defying artifacts were about to awaken, a thunderous shout rolled over. This voice, Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and a trace of joy immediately climbed up his face. This was the voice of the ancestor. Swish. The next moment, a space-time crack appeared in the void. Following closely, a middle-aged man in a purple-gold robe appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. Ancestor. Qin Batian. Qin Feiyang was extremely excited. The 12 heaven-defying artifacts were also extremely excited. Qin Batian. However, Long Zun and the 6 great ancestral dragons who were standing in the dominating divine realm were furious. "We'll meet again." Qin Batian glanced at Long Zun and the others, then took Qin Feiyang and the 12 heaven-defying artifacts, and rushed into the space-time crack without looking back, disappearing. Damn it! The 6 great ancestral dragons roared. It was not easy to have the opportunity to kill Qin Feiyang, but the result was ruined by Qin Batian. Long Zun's body was also filled with a dense murderous aura. If Qin Batian did not appear, then Qin Feiyang would definitely die. It was also at this moment. The sword light stopped. "Don't stop, with your ability, you can definitely catch up with them. Can we get rid of you and kill them?" The 6 great ancestral dragons roared. However, the sword light was gradually dissipating. "Please, help us this time. Just this one time." Seeing this, the 6 great ancestral dragons roared unwillingly. However, the sword light turned a deaf ear to them and soon dissipated in the void. "Bastard, bastard. Qin Feiyang, Qin Batian, Sunset Divine Bow, I swear to the heavens, I will not let you go." The 6 great ancestral dragons roared again and again. They had spent so much effort to force Qin Feiyang and the 12 heaven-defying artifacts to a dead end, but in just an instant, all their efforts were in vain. How could they be willing to accept this? Sigh. The young man in fiery clothes looked at the 6 great ancestral dragons and sighed at Long Zun. "Qin Batian controls the space-time laws, it's difficult to deal with here." Long Zun had not spoken, but when he heard what the young man in fiery clothes said, he turned and left without looking back. "Lord Long Zun, is that it?" The 6 great ancestral dragons hurriedly looked at Long Zun and asked. However, Long Zun still did not say a word and gradually disappeared from the sight of the young man in fiery clothes and the 6 great ancestral dragons. Lord Longzun, the 6 great ancestral dragons shouted. Stop shouting. The anger in Longzun's heart is no less than yours, but what can we do? He has already escaped. Unless the sovereign divine weapon takes action, but without the dragon god's order, the sovereign divine weapon will not take action. The young man in fiery clothes sighed. Lord Dragon God, where are you? Can't you see that the dragons have suffered such heavy injuries? Come back quickly. The dragons need you now. The 6 great ancestral dragons roared, their voices echoing in the sky above the inner sea for a long time. The north. In the sky above a certain forest. Qin Feiyang, Qin Batian, and the 12 heaven-defying artifacts appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang immediately looked down and asked, where is this? Qin Batian said, somewhere in the north. Qin Feiyang finally heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Batian looked at the 12 heaven-defying artifacts, and then looked at the current Qin Feiyang. What a strong baleful aura. Next. He then looked at the blood-colored sword in Qin Feiyang's hand and frowned slightly. Qin Batian, thank you. The sunset bow and the other heaven-defying artifacts also finally relaxed. At the same time, they were filled with emotions. They never would have thought that in the end, it was their former mortal enemy who came to save their lives. Qin Batian looked up at the sunset bow and the other 10 heaven-defying artifacts, and laughed. It's not easy to hear you say thank you. Don't be cocky, otherwise, on account of Qin Feiyang's face, we'll give you a break. The weapon spirit of the blood-colored dagger snorted. Qin Batian smiled slightly. Qin Feiyang asked, Ancestor, how did you know that we were in the inner sea? How could I not know such a big thing had happened? When the Dominator's divine domain appeared, I had already rushed to the inner sea. But even if I master the space-time law, I can't enter the Dominator's divine domain. Qin Batian sighed. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. I say, kid, you're really a newborn calf that's not afraid of a tiger. The last time you went to the inner sea to collect blood, it wasn't enough, and now you're going in again. How is it? You've suffered. Qin Batian looked helpless. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and said, then I don't know what Dominator's divine domain and divine weapon are. Speaking of which, it's also your responsibility. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing in advance? If he had known, he definitely wouldn't have gone. You're blaming me? Qin Batian was stunned. If not you, who should I blame? It was you who gave me the task of replacing the city lord, so I entered the inner sea. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Even if I gave you the task, you could have used other method. Besides, this task doesn't have a time limit. You can take it slowly. Is there a need to be so extreme? Qin Batian said angrily. There's no time limit. But who has the time to take it slowly? I also need to cultivate, okay? Besides, I have a lot of trivial things to do. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Don't think that I don't know. You gave this task to your subordinates. What can you do? Qin Batian said with some disdain. I don't think so. Although Li Changhe and the others are my subordinates, they're also my friends. I have to think for them too. I can't let them spend thousands or tens of thousands of years to complete this task, right? They also need to cultivate. This will take up too much time. Since they've followed me, I naturally have to be responsible for them. Don't you think so? Qin Feiyang said. You brat. Qin Batian was extremely angry. He raised his hand and was about to slap Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang straightened his back and looked straight at Qin Batian. Qin Batian couldn't help but feel helpless. He knocked Qin Feiyang's head and scolded, Brat, you can make a lot of sense out of everything. It does make sense. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head and laughed mischievously. Qin Batian rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. He frowned and said, Don't open the slaughter zone in the future. Why? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously. Didn't you notice? The more you open the slaughter zone, the stronger your killing intent and hostility. I'm worried that as time goes by, it may have some effect on you. Qin Batian said worriedly. Qin Feiyang fell silent and nodded. Actually, I've long realized that the slaughter zone will subtly change my personality. It's good that you're aware of it. Qin Batian smiled and looked at the sunset divine bow and the other heaven-defying artifacts. He said with a smile, "Thank you for protecting him and fighting side by side with him. It has nothing to do with you. Also, the Dragon Slayer Temple has nothing to do with us. Don't count us as a member of the Dragon Slayer Temple. We chose Qin Feiyang, not the Dragon Slayer Temple." The sunset divine bow's spirit said coldly. Qin Batian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He cupped his hands and said, "No matter what, I have to thank you." The 10 heaven-defying artifacts ignored him. After fighting for so many years, it was impossible to resolve in a short time. Chapter 25:15. Qin Batian didn't mind. He looked at the broken sword and smiled. "Old friend, long time no see." The broken sword flew in front of Qin Batian and shook slightly. It seemed to be very excited. Ancestor. Back then, a divine treasure appeared in the reincarnation ocean. Yu, Mu Tianyang, the demon ancestor and ancestor Lu Zhengyang all got a divine item. The demon ancestor got the 3,000 incarnations. Ancestor Lu Zhengyang got the thieving heaven realm. Mu Tianyang got the gate of time and space. "Is this the broken sword you obtained?" Qin Feiyang asked curiously. "That's right." Qin Batian smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Then where did you obtain the other heaven-defying divine artifact, the fire pearl with violet gold divine dragons coiled around it?" Qin Batian said, "What does that have to do with you?" "Mind your own business." Qin Feiyang pouted and said, "Then, how did you get to the ancient world from the 3rd level? Can you at least tell me? Why are you asking this?" Qin Batian looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "I'm guessing that the Fire Qilin and Uncle Beast God are in the 3rd level now." "Fire Qilin, Uncle Beast God," Qin Batian whispered. Qin Feiyang said, "Great-grandmother and the others should have told you about the Fire Qilin and Uncle Beast God, right?" "Yes." Qin Batian nodded. "This Uncle Beast God is really pitiful. After being sealed by you, his cultivation has been stuck at the false god level." Qin Feiyang sighed. "He has to pay the price for doing wrong. If he had caused trouble back then, would I have sealed him? However, if he and the Fire Qilin really went to the 3rd level, they might have gotten a lot of things." Qin Batian said. "What things?" Qin Feiyang was bewildered. "How would I know? It depends on their own luck." Qin Batian was speechless. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. He glanced at the broken sword and said, "Take it back." "What is it?" Qin Batian was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "This was also Yi Xiaoyao's decision. He wanted to give it to me, but I didn't want it." Qin Batian hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right then. I'll bring it back first and see if I can unlock its seal." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Qin Batian put away the broken sword, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Now that you've experienced the terror of the dragons, don't provoke them in the future, understand? I'm not stupid. If I see them again in the future, I will take a detour." Qin Feiyang said. "That's for the best. The sovereign divine weapon and the dragon's dragon god are not something we can fight against now. What we need to do now is to recuperate and improve our cultivation." Qin Batian reminded. "Understood." Qin Feiyang nodded. Qin Batian said, "There's also Yi Zhong. Try your best to persuade him." "Okay." Qin Feiyang replied helplessly. "Don't look so wronged. If it weren't for your ability, would I have given you such an important task?" Qin Batian said. "Then I'll thank you, okay?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. Qin Batian's veins were bulging. He raised his arm and wanted to give Qin Feiyang a good smack. But he couldn't do it. Qin Batian shook his head helplessly and patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder gently. "Good luck. I have faith in you." After saying that, he waved his hand and a space-time rift appeared. Then, he walked in without looking back. He had seen the entire battle in the inland sea. Qin Feiyang's performance really made him feel gratified, especially when he comprehended the law of light. Although he was just a beginner, he could be considered the first person in history to comprehend a law of light at the Paragon God realm. This kid's future achievements were immeasurable. The Sunset Divine Bow Artifact Spirit said, "Qin Feiyang, I'll say it again. Although we've followed you, we have nothing to do with the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He shook his head and said with a smile, "To be honest, I was afraid that you would abandon me and run to the Dragon Slayer Palace. How is that possible? Do you think those trash from the Dragon Slayer Palace are worthy of serving us?" The Sunset Divine Bow said disdainfully. Trash. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. If the big shots of the Dragon Slayer Palace heard this, what kind of expression would they have? Qin Feiyang looked at the axe, then looked at the Sunset Divine Bow, and then looked at the other 9 heaven-defying divine artifacts. He bowed and said, "I really have to thank all of you this time. I, Qin Feiyang, will remember this favor for the rest of my life. If it weren't for these divine weapons sacrificing themselves to help, he would have died in the inland sea, not to mention breaking out of the sovereign realm and escaping. We don't care about the favor. We only care about actions." The Sunset Divine Bow said. "Haha, alright, you guys go to the Black Tortoise world and let that little brat take you to the land of origin to cultivate." Qin Feiyang laughed. As soon as they heard about the land of origin, the weapon spirits of the 6 godly weapons, including the rapier, were all excited. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the 11 divine weapons to the Black Tortoise world. Then, he lowered his head and looked at himself. Although this battle was riddled with scars, although this battle was a narrow escape, the harvest was not small. First of all, he knew about the sovereign realm and the sovereign divine weapon. Secondly, he knew that the dragons had a dragon god that was even more terrifying than the dragon sovereign. Finally, with the support of the 6 divine weapons, therefore, including the ancient castle and Kang Shui, he had 12 heaven-defying treasures. Although the Chang Shui was in the hands of the small beast, he had to get it back no matter what. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and closed the kill and battle scripts. The remaining 2 fire lotus leaves also dissipated. Immediately, a heart-tearing, lung-splitting pain swept over him. A wave of dizziness came from his mind. Bang! The next moment, he fell head first into the forest below and fainted. He didn't even have time to enter the castle. One could imagine how serious his injuries were this time. The reason why he could stay awake before was because of the support of the battle tactics. But even if he closed the slaughter domain, his body was still filled with a shocking murderous aura. The nearby beasts were as powerful as the 9th heaven realm, but none of them dared to approach. At the same time, the north once again fell into chaos. Qin Feiyang's accomplices actually went to loot the medicine fields of the various city lord mansions. These damned bastards are simply lawless. Why don't the dragons come out and do something? People were terrified, afraid that they would be implicated. This matter. Soon, it reached the ears of the 6 ancestral dragons. Without a doubt, the 6 ancestral dragons were furious and murderous as they entered the north. But when they rushed there, Hue Yi and the others had already disappeared. Outside the Holy Dragon City, Black Tortoise Mountain, Hue Yi, Fire Lotus, Feng Dazhi, 5-clawed Golden Dragon, Li Changhe, Wang Daoyuan, Lei Bing, Jiang Dafei, and Madman gathered together. Everyone's face was full of smiles. This operation was very quiet, so it was only when it was about to end that this matter was exposed. So they smoothly killed the city lords and dragons' envoys of the remaining hundreds of cities. It was also because of the looting of the medicine fields that everyone's attention was focused on the medicine fields, so the death of those city lords was automatically ignored. Fire Lotus raised her head and looked in the direction of the inland sea. She smiled and said, "The movement in the inland sea has also disappeared. Qin Dage should have also escaped. I'll send a message to ask the young lord." Jiang Dafei took out an image crystal. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response from Qin Feiyang. Fire Lotus's expression became nervous. "Don't worry, this kid is even more cunning than an old fox. He will definitely be fine." Hue Yi hurriedly comforted her and took out an image crystal. "Let me try." Everyone looked at Hue Yi, and the smile on their faces disappeared. Hue Yi revived the image crystal. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no response from Qin Feiyang. "What's going on?" Hu Yi frowned. Lei Bing said, "Could it be that something happened to the young lord?" "Impossible. The 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts are all with Qin Dage. He will be fine." Fire Lotus shook her head. "Don't worry." Hu Yi comforted her and turned to look at Lei Bing and Jiang Dafei. "You two go back first. If there is any news, immediately send a message to us." "Okay." The two opened the teleportation altar and quickly left. Hu Yi looked at Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan and ordered, "You two stay here. I, Fire Lotus, Madman, and Golden Dragon will go to the inland sea to take a look. Then you must be careful. If the young lord comes back, we will immediately send a message to you." Li Changhe and the other two said. Hu Yi nodded, took out an illusory form pill and threw it into his mouth. Then, he looked at Fire Lotus, Madman, and 5-clawed Golden Dragon and said, "Change your appearances." After changing their appearances, the 4 opened the altar and rushed to the inland sea. But when they arrived at the plains of the Dragon God mountain range, the 4 of them stopped. Because at this moment, outside the plains, countless people were gathered. Everyone looked in the direction of the inland sea, their eyes full of surprise. "Why are there so many people?" Hu Yi and the other 3 looked at each other and also looked up at the inland sea. Hu Yi, Fire Lotus, and 5-clawed Golden Dragon's cultivation had all reached the inextinguishable realm, so they could naturally see from far away. Standing outside the plains, they could faintly see the inland sea. In the sky above the inland sea, there was a milky white barrier of sound. That's right. That was the sovereign realm. What is that barrier? Qin Dage wouldn't still be trapped in the inland sea, right? Fire Lotus asked. Because as long as he was in the inland sea, he couldn't receive the message. "Don't worry. I'll go ask." Hu Yi landed at the back of the crowd and walked to the side of a middle-aged man. He asked curiously, "Brother, did something happen in the inland sea?" "We don't know either. Previously, we sensed the aura of a heaven-defying divine artifact awakening in the inland sea. Originally, everyone was quite afraid, but after a long time, we didn't see any danger, so we came over to check it out. But the Dragon God mountain range has a rule that no one is allowed to step into the Dragon God mountain range, so we can only stand here," the middle-aged man said. Hu Yi frowned and asked, "That is to say, you don't know what happened in the inland sea?" "Yes. But those at the peak of the 9 heavens realm vaguely saw that Qin Batian had arrived at the coast of the inland sea not long ago," the middle-aged man said. Qin Batian. Hu Yi was shocked. Qin Batian had also come. Did something really happen to Qin Feiyang? Otherwise, why would Qin Batian come?